more rooms and tell the African story better.
Okay.
I love that, and I think the same for me, right? So I recently started a content series called No Fluffs Talks, and it's really about rebranding Africa, about talking about the things that are happening that are positive. It's very often that we have those complaints under a positive post, right? I've recorded videos and speaking very positively about Africa. They're like, who paid you? Someone has paid. And I'm like, wow, I just said what happened. I just said that Nigeria has paid off its debt. Why did someone have to pay me? There's facts here. There's data sources attached to this, you know? So I feel like that is one thing that everybody in this room can proactively do, as well as deploying capital where possible, as well as speaking to ABAN about, you know, how you can get into angel investing if you're not already doing so. And then just to close the talk, right? I was very rude and didn't introduce my panelists properly and let you know what they actually do to contribute. They're all very esteemed. So, Doctor, if we can start with you and work our way down, please. And sorry, please accept my apologies.
It feels like ordering at the end. But hi, my name is Dr. Ola Brown. I run Health Cap Africa. We're a $30 million fund investing in Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa, specifically in health tech and fintech. Don't ask me about agriculture.
Okay, thank you. I'm Anthony Mukulu-Nshimye. I'm the Chief Legal Officer at Kigali International Financial Center, and my role from the time I would say, started it was to be in charge of the legal reforms and compliance of the International Financial Center. Thank you. And I take this opportunity to invite you to Kigali and also make it your home. Since our inception, for the last 5 years, we have had about 250 entities setting up. We have a cooperation with ABAN here. And we also had the pleasure of having the Timbuktu Foundation under UNDP set up in Rwanda. So I welcome you all to Rwanda. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Joan Nana Konchu. I am a former energy executive. I did oil and gas and I did electricity. And I'm now an investor. So I invest via 4 vehicles. I'm part of the Cameroon Investment Club of Houston. We have 20 years of activity. We have a fund in India called the Lafni Fund, where I invest. I am the vice president of Cameroon Angel Network, and I have a fund called Macquarie Venture in Cameroon.
Guys, thank you so much. You've been an amazing crowd. Thank you to ABAN for having us here. Thank you, Nigeria, for welcoming us, or welcoming me at least. And I'm Charmaine Hayden. You can find me across social media and Charmaine's posts. You may see some of my videos floating around. Please know that no one has paid me, not yet anyway. Also, I'm the former fund manager at Good Soil VC, so I've been deploying capital across sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm currently exploring new ways to look at how we can deploy efficiently across the continent, because I'm not sure that the current model works. But anyway, that's for another day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charmaine, for navigating that conversation smoothly, expertly, entertainingly, and bringing us to this point. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 2 quick presentations before our first break. Thank you so much for your patience, your tolerance, for your investment. Smile for the cameras. But who's the official photographer? Okay, so get everybody to look in that camera, otherwise all the eyes will be diverted. All right, who is not official here? You look suspicious. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, yes, we'll go for the break, but we ask for your indulgence. We're moving into a very critical conversation. And the presentation, which is State of Angel Investing in Africa, will be a deep dive into what we like to call unpacking the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities that are shaping the continent's early stage investment ecosystem. To present this, I am honored to bring to the podium the chairman of Him Angels. Please welcome Mr. Khalid Ismail.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eban, Yemi, Fadila, everybody who participated in organizing this great event. I'm very honored, and it's my first time in Lagos, so I feel at home already, and I promise to come back. It's very close to what I feel and touch in Cairo, so I think I'll come back. When I was invited to come and give a brief, very brief presentation about where I believe angel investing is in Africa, it reminded me that about 35 years ago I started my first company. So it's been a long time. 15 years ago exactly I did my first angel investment, and 10 years ago I joined ABAN when it was born. So it marks really a lot of memories coming here to talk to you about many things, and I'll try to be brief because of time constraint, but it's a very long topic. Can we start with the first slide, please? Go back one slide. Can you go back one slide, please? Back one slide. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. There was angel investment all over the continent for a long time. I would say, at least I know that people invested angel-like since the 90s when I started my first companies. But reality is the naming of angel investment and the true growth of it was born together with ABAN in Africa, which is 2015, and that's what I consider the true start. So I will try to say a few things about what happened in the last 10 years. Nothing before that because that's history, but at least try to talk about 2015 to 2025, about the ecosystem and what happened. And when we talk about angel investment, we can never talk about it in isolation of the pipeline of investors who come in to any startup, meaning incubators, accelerators, angel investors, of course, and then venture capital. It's a pipeline that you cannot just pick a piece of without seeing the full picture. Next slide, please. So angel investors in particular, most of you know what I'm going to say in this slide, but anyway, they come from three different backgrounds. They can be either serial entrepreneurs, like I started my first investment after my sixth company as a founder. So when you have many companies under your belt where you've been a founder, you've learned a lot, and you still have some money left, you can start investing and giving back not just your money, but also your experience. So that's what serial entrepreneurs do. That's very common in the United States, that serial entrepreneurs become also angel investors. The second source of angel investors are mid-career professionals, people who are very comfortable in their jobs. They are making some excess money that they want to invest. They have learned throughout their career certain domain expertise, be it in manufacturing, in HR, in finance, wherever, and they want to invest some of their extra money somehow. And then the third category is high net worth individuals who really are very wealthy, and they sprinkle their money all over in terms of investments, and part of that they may want to give as angel investment. So these are the three main sources. What drives people to become angel investors? I think it's a combination of three things. It's not just one, because if you tell me making money only, and that's why I think we are still struggling in Africa, that people think angel investment is making money. It's not. It can make money, and it's part of what drives angels, but it has to be combined with more than that. When you put your money in the stock market, you have no say about what will happen, okay? Company goes up, company goes down, you have no say. But when you put your money as an angel in a startup, you have some say, and that's a major difference. So making money has to be combined with two more things, which is doing good. We all love our countries, we all love our continent, and we want to do good. And I think angels in particular should have that background in their mind as well. And the third one is sharing and gaining experience. I cannot tell you how much I learned from investing in 25 startups so far. Much more than I could have learned in any other way. New verticals, new challenges, new technologies. I'm learning, and this is very enriching for me besides making money. So I think if you don't understand this combination, then you don't understand the true and real angel investment. Next slide, please. No, back. That was too fast. No, back. Back, please. Save you the day. Not really. Is that me or you? Somebody is working. Okay, so angels, when they come and invest, there are three things that are very characteristic, that they are very easy investors compared to later stage VCs, private equities, and so on. Easier in terms of closing conditions. Closing conditions mean when I give you the check and we sign the papers, these are typically much simpler papers, much simpler agreements than you have later in the stage. And the reason for that is because you need to be quick and fast as an angel investor when you invest. Second thing is they have standardized forms, these agreements. Some are, we call them convertible notes. So you give the money and it converts to equity later with the next stage without a big debate about valuation and so on. There are standard forms like SAFE and KISS and many others. But it's a simple term sheet. At the end of the day, that's what I want to say. Also, you are in the same boat exactly with the founders. You have common stocks like them, no preferred stocks, no nothing, no downside protection. You're not putting too much stress on them. You're just helping them start. And if an angel starts doing otherwise, putting a lot of conditions, what if you fail, what if you do this, what if you do that, you violate being an angel. You know, you can call yourself something else, but that's part of being an angel, that you accept these conditions that I enumerate here. Now, you have a role. Every angel I know, and there are many of them, at least in Egypt, who thought they would put $10,000 and then go home, wait for 5 years, somebody will knock their door and bring them a check for $100,000, are wrong. It will never happen. Trust me. If you don't get involved, it will never happen. You must be very lucky. And we cannot count on just luck. Because you have to support and mentor the founders at this early stage. You must have something that you can tell them that's useful. You cannot probably support them in everything. If you are an HR manager, you can help them with recruiting. If you are a finance person, you can help them putting their financial planning and so on in place. But you have to be able and willing and wanting to help your startups and mentor them. You have to pass that domain expertise that you're given over the years to those startups because they need it. They need it most than anybody else. Most of them are young. Most of them have limited experience, and you have a value there. And you stay there until they can raise the next round, typically from a VC, and it's good that you stand next to them. Not against them, but next to them while they are raising. There are many things you can do, but these are, for me, the main three roles that you need to do to make your 10x return on investment, or 5x or 3x. But just putting your money and sleeping on it will not get you there. Exits, I'll talk about it later. I think exits are very critical, and I'll say why and how and so on. But basically, there are many opportunities for angels to exit. The first one would be when the VCs come, I go, included in that deal. When they come to put money in the company, they also buy me out, and I exit. That's the fastest way because that's a 3 to 4 year maximum horizon. you have some multiple on your money and you go out. Then you have to wait for the next round, or you wait till the end meaning the company itself being acquired, or in the very rare cases, going public. So all of these are opportunities for angels to exit, and they have to happen, because without an exit, you don't have any gain. You didn't make anything. Don't get fooled by, oh, they raised money on this valuation. The valuation is going up, 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 up. I know of a company where the valuation went up to $1.5 billion and people lost all their money. So valuations mean nothing. The exit is an exit, meaning you cash out, okay? So this is the journey in a very schematic way, and that's the growth versus time of any startup. It starts by being incubated. During incubation, there are either formal incubators who help you, or you use your own expertise plus your friends and family money or your own money. That's all very silent period. Nobody knows about you. But immediately after that, when you start ramping up and you want to get your first $100,000 or $200,000 or $50,000, your first stop will be to go to angels. Angels, individuals, or angel networks. You have to pitch to them and you have to start gaining their interest, and they start investing in you, which starts over here. That's angels coming in when your trajectory is still quite flat down there. Angels out, that's the exit. As I pointed out, it could start with the coming of VCs, or it could last for over 13, 14 years until the company itself exits. It's a very long range, and the length of that range affects your return on investment, because the longer, the higher the valuation should be. And the shorter, the more gain you will have if you can exit faster. And I'll talk about that specifically because it's very important. And then VCs come only when they see your inflection. That's the rule of VCs. Show me traction. Show me the inflection point. Before that, they are very hesitant. So once VCs come in, they also want to come out, but their journey is shorter in range, 5 to 10 years compared to 3 to 14 years of angels. This is what I was asked to do, and I tried to find enough information, but these are the most trusted number I could find. Over the last 10 years, year 10 is where we are today, 2025. Year 1 is when ABAN was born, and you can see the number of angel investors growth over time. We're close to 6,000 now. And we started by, a few tens or maybe 100 10 years ago. So definitely there is growth in absolute number of angels, which is tricky. Sounds good, great curve, almost a hockey stick, but the average ticket per angel investor in Africa was around $3,500 a year. That's the number I found. Now, that's very low. But why is it so low? Because only 10% of the numbers you see up there in blue are really investing. The 5,000 number, the 6,000 number is just a number. If you look at reality, who is actively investing, it's only 10% of them. And they are writing checks. They are writing $40,000 on average every year. But the rest are not. See the gap? Imagine all of those 6,000 were investing. Imagine how big the ecosystem would have grown. So we have a gap, not just in absolute number of angel investors or people who are interested, but in activity, in convincing them to write the first check. The first check is very difficult. Once they write the first check, they become more encouraged. But a lot of them have never written the first check. Now, why is that so? Or let's give you a comparison first. I'm doing two comparisons. This one is with Southeast Asia, and the next one will be with India. Now, to do a fair comparison, I looked at number of people who live here and there. They have half the population of Africa. Of course, Southeast Asia does not include China and so on. It's just the 11 countries who belong to that region. But their GDP is 1.5 times bigger than the GDP of Africa. So, first of all, does startups, an ecosystem of startups, scale with GDP or with population? The answer is immediately here. Look at how many early stage startups are in Southeast Asia versus Africa. It's 1.5 times almost. So that answers the first question. It does scale with GDP, not with population. We're all very proud to be Africans. We're all happy in populous countries like Nigeria and Egypt and Ethiopia that we have a big population. But when the GDP is low, the big population, I wouldn't say is meaningless, but does not carry the same weight. Okay, so you need to look at GDP more even than population. Now, what you see here is what happens to these startups over time when they raise the next Series A, Series B, and late stage. There's a huge and fast drop, whether in Southeast Asia or in Africa or globally. This is very normal. Not every startup makes it to Series A. Not every startup goes all the way to the late stage. But because of statistics being, statistics is, average of big numbers, you find that we, in Africa, have zeros. We have zeros in acquired late stage, we have zeros in acquired shutdown. The numbers become very small because the starting point has to be much bigger. The starting point is the 1,582 startups should have been, this is over 10 years, this number that got funded, of course. There are many, many, many others that even didn't get funding. So that's one observation. The other observation that's very important is when you add up the ones which shut down and the ones which acquired, you will not come up to the number of startups that you started with, which means out of the 1,500 startups, there are about 1,100 who have not been acquired and had not shut down. Where are they? Now, either they are still on their way, which is positive in a trajectory of growth, or we find a lot of cases where they have become zombies. Zombies means what? They are not growing, they are not failing, they are not losing money, they are not making money, they are just there. And a lot of founders are happy this way because nobody is shaming them. Nobody is saying, oh, you failed. In the US, they tell you immediately, fail fast. You're not growing, you're better to fail. And it's true, there is a good reason and logic for that. Because you're consuming energy and people and money to do nothing. And I've witnessed a lot of these in Egypt. I'm sure all over the continent, there are a lot of these zombies. It's better they close or grow. But if they don't grow, they better close because the money and energy can go into new startups that can grow. So this is, as harsh as it may sound, a reality check here. Now let's move on quickly to India. Two big numbers, very important. Look at the number. India and Africa have the same population, by the way, almost. Look at the number of angel investors in India, 26,000, versus Africa, 5,000, 6,000, in that range. You have a 5x bigger number, 5x in India compared to Africa. Okay? Now, even worse, what's their average check per year? $15,000. What's ours? 3.5. Okay? You do the math, 5x here, 4x there, that's 20x more angel investment being poured into the Indian ecosystem compared to the African one. 20x. Now, it's no surprise about what you hear later about successful Indian companies, unicorns, VCs, all the rest comes down from this. It's a pyramid. In Egypt we build pyramids, right? The bottom of the pyramids are what you guys are, what angels are doing. If we don't put a big base, the pyramid will be a small pyramid. To get a big pyramid, you have to have a big base. And you are the base. Angels are the base. So these numbers are actually telling us that we have a problem. Okay? Now, why? We need to increase the number of angel investors. I said absolute number doesn't mean much. They have to be active, but still, you have to increase the number and then increase their activity. Now, how do you do that? Awareness. A lot of people have money and don't know about this asset class. I'm not one of those who goes to them and says, hey, give me some money, you will get, much better investment or 10x or whatever. That's over-promising, and that's dangerous. Never over-promise a new domain because it will fire back. Tell the truth. You have a chance to make money. On average, angel investors make money, okay? But you have to have other reasons why you're doing it. You have to have fun. You have to have an interest in giving back. You have to be wanting to help others, etc., etc. And I can convince people when I say that. But we all need to do that because the numbers we have are very small. So we need to increase the awareness. And part of awareness is the next one, which is training. ABAN was involved in training in an academy to train angels. I trained 3 cohorts of angels in Egypt. Every cohort had 25, 30 people, so I trained in total 100 people. And it's true hands-on training how to really become a good angel investor. And there is a difference between give me some money and you become an angel investor versus let me train you first, and then at the end of the course, let's go together and do our first investment and try the first check. It's a big difference, and it was a big success. Okay? So we need to do that. But more important than these two is what we heard also before, success stories. Success stories tell everything. If angels hear every couple of months that their friend angel, made money out of an exit, oh, really, you made money, so much, yeah, that's great. Next time, 2 months later, another angel tells me, oh, I made money by investing in this company. The more stories we can tell, and we have to tell, about angels making money and exiting and feeling happy about their success story, the more angels will come. Why do you think people go to real estate? Because somebody one day bought an apartment and it quadrupled in value in 2 years, and then everybody else, we all follow, Same thing, stock market. A lot of people lose money on the stock market. Oh, I have to finish? Okay. It's very difficult to wrap up this. Anyway, so success stories, bottom line. Lots of success stories are needed. We don't have that many. So we need more. Many in terms of angels, meaning telling angel stories, not success stories of unicorns and exits for VCs. We need this community to say, I personally invested in 25 companies. I exited 5. These are true numbers already. And I made 43% IRR on them. This is good, but we need to tell more and more of these stories. Now, to increase exits, which is the success story based on exit, we have to do many things. One of them is angels need to align with the founders, because founders may be in for a longer haul. They may be in for a lifestyle business. Oh, I love my company. I want to go every day in the morning to my own company at the hour I like. I like to do this, I like to do that. The angel put money and wants money out and wants to see success. So there needs to be alignment. And alignment meaning, do we both see eye to how long this company will stay, when I will exit, are we exiting together, am I exiting alone as an angel and you continue? All of that, honest discussion about it up front is always very useful. Second is what is missing today, I think. I've seen so many term sheets of angels. None of them that I've seen, including ones I've written, have a clause that allows the angel to put his shares early on. They almost all, put the angel and the founder on the same par, and when the VC comes, the VC doesn't want to anybody to exit. The VC wants the money to go into a capital raise, and I'm deprived of the ability to exit when the VC comes. But when the VC comes and there is a term sheet clause that says the angels have the right, when money is raised, to exit at the same valuation or maybe 80% of the valuation that the VC came in, that would create immediately many, many more exits for the angels. So I urge ABAN and everybody else to tell people to start including that in term sheets because it's very important. Third thing, which is alignment with the VCs. I said it's a pipeline, and the pipeline has to work together. Now today, most of the VCs, when they come, they want to put money. They don't want anybody to capitalize on that. They want the company to take that money. They don't realize that if the angels don't exit, they will not invest again, right? And if they don't invest again, they will not create a pipeline for them. So we have to make VCs aware that success of angels is so important and essential for their own success. So please, VCs, help angels exit. Give them 10% of what you're injecting so they can exit or partially exit. And this way, they will reinvest, I'm sure. And once they reinvest, the whole ecosystem will benefit from that. So again, something we need all to try to push. I think I reached the end. At least this is telling me that. I hope I gave you a glimpse of where we are. Sorry for taking time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ismail, for doing this for us. We're going to go for a quick coffee break because I do believe that yes, good. We're going to go for a quick coffee break. Kindly, 15 minutes Nigerian time, which is 7 minutes Ghana time, but 15 minutes Nigeria time, kindly. Reason being, we have numerous presentations and fireside chats coming up even before our lunch break. So I ask you this with a lot of humility. If we can kindly quickly go for a quick break, of course you can do all your chats and come back in 15 minutes, it would be great. Exit, my brothers and sisters, if you could kindly move your cameras, please, because that's where the exit is, please. And ladies and gentlemen, please take your time when you're going downstairs, kindly. And at the 14-minute and 30-second mark, we'll come with a ringing bell. So kindly move to your right here, 15 minutes. We come back with a presentation and then fireside chat.
How are you? You look amazing.
How's the system treating you?
Very well.
Yeah? Minding it.
I'm minding my business, but
You
I've
know the
pivoted
system.
fully into VC.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Have you
I
left
have my
media
own fund.
completely?
I mean, I invest, but really more on I invest as an angel into media, but then I'm really more, I have a VC fund now and everything. And they refuse to update my title, so it's okay.
What is it now?
It's actually, I'm an investment partner in that. So we're a venture in a VC. I feel like, the media was never.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, Ladies and gentlemen, please quickly go for your coffee break, your water break, your conversation break, your washroom break. We are reconvening now in 13 minutes. 13 minutes. in 30 seconds. Oops, careful. Can I have your attention, please? Seeing old friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we go in 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, please take your seats. Kindly, please take your seats. Ten seconds. 10 seconds a minute ago. All right. Can I have your attention? Okay, let's just wait for our honorable sister to find her seat. Paparazzi. Ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that I have your attention, can we get a round of applause? Yes. All right, so pay attention here. In my hand, I have a 200-carat gold bracelet. I have a gold bracelet. Yemi, you know it's not yours. Madam President, it's how you said, I'm not selling. But I'm sure it's very valuable to its owner. So I've got your gold bracelet here. Okay, please, kindly. And if anybody's looking for their bracelet, please tell them that I have it. All right. Moving right along to our first element in this part of our session. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring you a case study from Tanzania. And of course, we are spotlighting this as a national success story. Co-founder of Serengeti Angels will now share how Tanzania has built a thriving network of angel investors. Please allow me to invite to the podium Mr. Francis Omorije.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm sure most of you be wondering, Omorije, Francis, in Tanzania, right? Yeah, yeah. So I'm Francis Omorije. I'm Nigerian, actually, but I've lived in Tanzania for like 11 years, so I am like Tanzanian. I think I want to also say a very special thank you to Fadila and the ABAN team for inviting me. And for me, it's a special moment because I get an opportunity to visit Nigeria again after 4 years. So the immigration was asking me if Nigeria offended me. I'm like, no. Yeah, so now we have a direct flight from Tanzania to Nigeria now. I'll be here every other quarter. So, yeah. So I will introduce myself, then I'll be able to also talk about a little bit about our case study in terms of how we are building and scaling angel investing in Tanzania. I am the managing partner for Innovate Ventures and also a co-founder for Serengeti Angels. At Innovate Ventures, we have a micro fund where we're investing up to 50,000. At a very early stage, we are always the first partner. We call ourselves growth partners for underrepresented companies, founders. We also manage BMZ Fund, which is investing up to 100,000 euros per company. We've invested in 25 companies in Tanzania. And currently also managing FMO Pilot Fund, a facility which is investing up to $500,000 in early-stage companies in Tanzania. So at the back of that, I also double as a co-founder of Serengeti Business Angel Network, which is investing also in the very early stage. We want to be able to build a network that is not only investing money, but also investing resources, skills to be able to support these early stage companies to scale. And one thing that I kind of noted during Mr. Kelly's presentation is that he started his business 35 years ago. That was the year I was born. So, so I'm really privileged to be here. And also, I really kind of resonated with most of the things he talked about, which I also kind of, during my presentation, I'll talk about how we are really addressing these things, especially when it comes to like angel investors not investing, how we're trying to tackle that. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, so basically we started the Serengeti, we call it S-Band, Serengeti Angel Network, because of two things. One is, in Tanzania, maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago, there was very low inflow of capital coming to the ecosystem. Reason being that, first, there is less visibility of what the companies are doing locally, and also most of the companies are not really very investable. So you see VCs coming to do this sourcing, spend a couple of thousands of dollars, there's no actual deal happening, and this really kind of frustrates them, they don't want to come in. So most of the time, everyone wants to go to Kenya, and of course, we know how the market is. So we saw this and felt like, we want to really start changing our own narratives. We want to start using what we have to build ecosystem that will be very attractive and attract, bring in those investors that we need. So that was the backbone of why we started Serengeti Angel Network. And for us, it's not just only just about the capital. It's also about, how do we harness, use these corporates, these executives, like he mentioned, most of the angel investors are mid-career or professionals. How do we really use them to really bridge the gap and provide the resources, talents, and partnerships that will really kind of help these early-stage companies accelerate, gain those tractions that these VCs are looking for, and get those VCs into the ecosystem. So we also, last year, we also did a survey. We also kind of understood that there's about $1 billion funding gap in Tanzania early stage. And we kind of also working with other ecosystem players, partners like Wariba Ventures. We're also looking at how do we really bridge this gap locally. Next. Yeah, so how we are building our network, we started from friends, because we wanted to move fast. We wanted to make sure that we started having those tractions. We started as talking to friends. It's easier for friends to kind of trust you, so we call it more like a social trust, to say, you have some money, you have the experience, why don't you start doing something like this? So we quickly mobilized capital. We did our first investment. Then with that, we're actually trying to show the ecosystem, show people that this really works. It's something that, they can come in and be able to support early-stage companies. Everything that Khalid mentioned was the same thing. One is like to make money, second is to do good, and also to learn. So most of the angel investors we are attracting to our network are there. They want to be able to learn. They want to deepen their experience in the specific sector or in industry, as case may be. But at the same time, they feel like they have the resources to really support these founders to build incredible businesses. So we started with the social trust, and quickly we learned that, even if there are appetite to invest, people get excited. They have very little knowledge about angel investing. People potentially say, I want to give you $50,000 for 40% of your company. And how Khalid has mentioned, people just want to give money and go and sleep. So it doesn't really work like that. And that's why we started with now what we call Tanzania Angel Accelerator. So with Accelerator, we're not only just training, but it's purely capital commitment-based program. So that means we understood that the first check is always the biggest challenge. People don't want to actually, they develop a cold feet to invest. So for you to come into our program, you need to commit money first. And that makes them to really go through the journey and invest that money through that program. And we've done the second cohort of program. We've seen these angel investors doing now up to 3 to 4 deals straight. So because we've killed that cold feet from the beginning. So we don't just do the trainings. We actually tell them, for you to come into the program, you need to commit money. And that's how we are changing that idea of having dormant angel investors. So we actually get them to invest from the program, and they build their confidence to invest. Currently now we have a lot of inbound people wanting to be angel investors, and we are already now focused on converting them. Nestle? Yes, so we also have built out a platform which is called Harambe, where we are bringing the ecosystem, larger ecosystem, to kind of understand the angel investment scene. We've seen corporates feeling, especially when it comes to fintech, corporates feeling that banks are feeling that fintechs are competitors and all of those kind of things because they don't understand the dynamics. We are trying to use Harambee as a casual platform where corporates can start understanding how startups works. Even people that are interested in angel investing can connect with our commitment. And we've seen a very big traction with the program. So people really look at Harambee to kind of connect with emerging companies. Corporates come to ask questions. And we're using that kind of build also what I spoke to Fadila about when we were in New York a few weeks ago. CVCs, how to start looking at corporate acquisitions. And those kind of platforms is where we start having those conversations to kind of start looking at those local acquisitions, secondaries happen, and that can provide liquidity for angel investors to continue to invest. So far, we've done, we're just about 3 years old. We've done about 7 deals. We also are very strong with partnership. People that really kind of boost us, I'm very happy that we'll be launching the Catalytic Africa 2.0. We are a beneficiary of that, so we believe a lot in collaboration. I think our second deal was facilitated by Wariba Ventures, where we followed on to invest with Wariba Ventures. So that is our core in our DNA is all about building collaborations, and that can also strengthen our pipeline, strengthen the quality of companies that we invest in. So just to give you more like a handful of companies we've invested in Borderless. Jokimvi sits on IBAN board. So he's my very good friend, and we believe a lot what he's building because we as angel investors are also moving to his platform to continue to do investment. We also invested in Gala and other companies that are really scaling in Tanzania. Next. Yeah, so for us, we are also kind of taking it, last slide. So we are also kind of looking at what is next for us. How do we also, start focusing on liquidity for our angels so that they can get money to put back. One of the things is kind of, start identifying trends. So that's why we want to also start investing in VC funds. So we're already talking to some VCs and want to kind of invest in them so that can help us understand the trends, that can help us understand what the VCs are looking for, and that can really define our pipeline, where we are going to invest to be able to build more sustainable or exit-driven portfolio. We're also launching the Angel Fund, which will help us to be able to diversify even our instruments and help our angels to start looking at very early exits. So for us at Serengeti, we are looking a lot more in terms of not just investing, we're looking at sustainability, collaborations, and also finding those liquidities that matter for our angels and finding those success stories that Khalid was talking about to really show people that we can be able to mobilize capital locally to continue to fund Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Francis, thank you so much. I know you were under pressure there. Thank you for being such a great sport. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to track 2, our second panel, Growth and Scale, Market Expansion and Co-Investment. May I please ask you to warmly welcome, with a round of applause, Joanna Mustafa. And Joanna will be our expert moderator across this conversation that will explore co-investment and market expansion strategies. Joanna, you may take your seat and invite your panelists.
Please press. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? All right. It's my absolute delight to moderate this panel. We know that so much is happening in Africa. I have the pleasure of covering conversations on business wherever the money is flowing. I have the opportunity to cover that on television every weekday and even beyond. And one thing you constantly hear is Africa is the next business frontier, right? Whenever African economy is in discourse, right? Africa is the next business frontier. Africa Rising, do take care. Africa Rising 2.0. And yes, Africa is rising. There's so much potential in Africa at the moment. And the frameworks are being built around that to support that. There's a $3.4 trillion market that startups can tap into. Frameworks to accelerate that, like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and Agreement, are also being put together. And obviously, investors would be excited about that. And there's a temptation to just rush into it with capital. But it requires a lot more than capital. There's a lot of local insights that you need to examine. There's the partnerships that you need to foster and different strategies around this. So you don't just throw capital at whatever opportunities. And what we do hope to achieve on this panel is drive that conversation. We have an amazing lineup of panelists who will be providing us those insights, drawing from their wealth of experience. I would like to, and do welcome them with a round of applause. I would like to first of all welcome Ms. Alicia Golden, the Managing Partner, AFTRA Partners, that's the Africa Federation of Teaching Regulatory Authorities. If she can please come forward and take her seat. Okay, I wish I got that clarification on who and who's around. We also have Omotayo Ojutalayo, General Manager of Enterprise Business Development at MTN Nigeria Local Insights. If you can please come forward and please welcome her with a round of applause. I would like to believe we also have Mike Ogbalu, the CEO of Pan-African Payment and Settlement System around, do we? Okay. Moving on from there, Ms. Cecilia Akintomide, the Chairperson of Ring Capital. If she can please come forward. Thank you very much. Yeah. And we have Mr. Oti Iletemehi, the CPA Investment Principal. Why is everybody staying away from me? Someone should come closer. Thank you so much for joining in the conversation. So, let's get started. And I think what would be interesting to begin with is seeing how the work you have done so far and the companies you represent fit into this conversation on co-investment models and driving, growth with startups across markets here in Africa specifically. Let's begin with the gentleman. Yes.
I thought it was ladies first. But
well, I switched things up today.
Okay, so we at Alethea, we're an impact investor, about 150 to 200 million assets under management, investing across sub-Saharan Africa, from two funds. So co-investment, I'd say, has been a way in which we have viewed it as a way to de-risk investments. So particularly when we're investing in a region that we are not, we don't have boots on ground, as it were, or we don't have as much experience. It's a way to leverage the experience of other investors who are familiar with that space or with that geography and sector as well sometimes. In fact, we just made an investment in a company called Hinckley Recycling, where we co-invested with Allon, particularly because Allon comes with the experience in investing in the climate space, and we are also keen on backing that sector, but hadn't found the right opportunity until this one. But as a way to not only to de-risk the investment from an execution standpoint, from an insight, knowledge-based standpoint as well, it made sense to co-invest with an investor whom we saw as an SME.
And we'll get more into the benefits of that as the conversation progresses. Let's come to you, Cecilia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cecilia Akintomide, and so I have a background in development. Used to work with the African Development Bank, so that I would say that's where my focus on Africa and Africa expansions comes from. And I sit on the board of CC Hub Growth Capital, which invests in startups and also has been involved in driving the right policies for startup investments in Africa. And until very recently, I worked with the group CEO of EcoBank Transnational Incorporated. And for those of us that know EcoBank, it's the financial services institution with the widest footprint in Africa, and it leverages that footprint to actually help build up fintechs and startups on the continent. And I will be speaking about that. And currently, I chair the board of the UN Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, where we're trying to develop across the continent sanitation and hygiene marketplaces.
Wonderful.
Thank
so
you.
much knowledge to tap into there. And finally, Omotayo.
From a large corporate perspective, I think when we talk about co-investment, and that means you're having more than one person investing in startup, I think for us it's important that we're clear on who is responsible for what, who does what, and if the vision of the startups align with that of the investors, right? We recently just launched the MTN Cloud Accelerator Program, which is one of the ways in which we are supporting startups. So out of a pool of about over 1,000, we've narrowed down to about 20 that we're working with over a 12 weeks journey. So it's not just about putting in the capital, which everybody just thinks about, but it's about the other softer skills that the startups need to have. So we're also investing our resources from a people perspective. I think when one of the speakers was presenting the life cycle of the startups, we see that a number of them just drop off and we don't know what's happening to them. So it's important that those soft skills are also invested into them. So we have this set of startups that we have. We're working with them, having them engage with our subject matter experts in areas of financial management, human resources, risk and compliance, regulatory. So those are the kind of investments and that we think that is more than the capital we need to put into startups. And I think, so when investors are coming together, you need to understand who has the expertise in these areas, and then we can collaborate together.
And I want to stay with you on that. Obviously, MTN has a presence in, 19, 20 different markets, and there's a lot to learn from that. For startups, right, what factors should they consider when looking to expand into different markets, and how can they de-risk that process?
I think for startups, if you're going to start, excuse that, you need to think not just locally. You need to think across borders. Is what I'm putting together, is there a market for it? So there's a lot of market research and insights you need to get so that we don't become, a local champion. One of the things that we're also doing by virtue of this, developing the right playbook, right? So once we have that playbook, because we are, as you said, across markets, and it works here, we're able to expand this to our other markets to give them the kind of guide as to this is how you're going to expand. So as we're putting all these things together, we're also touching base with our contemporaries, our colleagues in other markets to say we may be coming, we're working on this, we may be coming. So for a startup is to have that broader mindset that I should just not be looking at Nigeria. What else is there? So
even before you get started.
So you have to think global. This is what the likes of the Amazons and co. You have to think global. Otherwise, we're going to be limited and maybe be clouded by the 200 odd million people that we think we have, because the market really is bigger than that. So I think there's an opportunity, and that's what we are trying to do, that we have to think beyond the Nigerian borders. And one of the things that I think we also can leverage on is it's a long word, the African continental free trade area. That's something that we also, because that gives you it creates the policies, the guidelines are all there. What we now need to do is, that's the vehicle. What else do we need to, how do we come in? How does the private sector come in, right? To ensure that things like logistics, payments, distribution, are all handled across those markets. And it's easy for us. Africa is structured in a way that our behaviors are similar along regions. Across West Africa, we find that we have the same kind of market. So it's easy if you scale if you are successful in one market, we can easily cross into another.
I mean, it's interesting you say that, and there's that temptation to replicate the model that was successful in your immediate environment. But there are also those who have learned the hard way that you have to do a lot more than that. And I'm coming to you, Mr. Celia, on that. What more, needs to be done? Due diligence. Yes, you have been successful in your immediate markets, and you have the feeling, oh, it's Africa, it's the same region, I can replicate that. What due diligence needs to be done?
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm just going to touch on something that the earlier speaker touched on, and that's about thinking globally and thinking cross-border. First is the fact the impact of technology is clear, and technology has dissolved borders. So if you are starting a business, particularly with a startup business model, you really have to think what value does technology give you? And part of that value is being able to cross borders very quickly. Now, when you want to do an Africa expansion, what are the things that you absolutely need to look at? Clearly, yes, there are loads of similarities across the continent, but there are significant differences. And when you come to the economics of it, you cannot miss out on the significant differences between doing business in Nigeria or doing business in the CEFA zone. You absolutely need to do the due diligence, and I guess this is where the lawyer in me comes out. You have to understand the regulation. You have to understand the regulation landscape. Some of the best business ideas have been sacrificed on the altar of regulation because we moved very quickly without understanding applicable regulation. So that's number one. Then don't go in blindly and don't go in alone. Yes, I'm not saying that countries are hostile, but it always helps when you partner. When you partner with those that understand the country, you cannot compromise that. Chances are the one going in alone with just maybe the assistance of the commercial attaché of your embassy, compared to someone that shows up at the Ministry of Trade and Commerce with a local having skin in the game, that person with the local having skin in the game is really going to get the attention of the minister. You also need to, so you need to understand the economics of the country. You need to understand you need to understand the regulatory landscape, and then you absolutely need to understand the social dynamics of the country. But I want to highlight one fact. So take Nigeria, for example. All of our neighbors are French-speaking. That should not be considered a barrier to doing business. But you also have to be conscious that your neighbors speak a different language. But that is not a barrier. That's another reason why you should partner with a local.
Yes, I think very well put. Don't go in blindly, don't go in alone. And that brings us to the co-investment model, and you highlighted that in your introduction. So let's sit on that. Shed some more light on the co-investment model and how it can be structured to promote collaboration rather than competition, and also be done in
So I would flip that and say angels and founders alike should be very clear as to where the business or where they want this business to get to. And that the business plan should be underpinned by realistic numbers that can achieve that. Next step would be once you have an amount from a timeline perspective, say you're looking to do 10 million across 3 years. The next step would then be to do a proper investor mapping and start talking and reaching out to those folks, even as the business is not even nearly at that clip yet. So that at the time in which, as the business grows, you have the right investment or prospective investors that you're speaking with, and then you can bring on board 2, 3 co-investors, as we're talking about, into the journey of this business.
Wonderful. Coming to you now.
Well, Africa's success is really, first, it's going to take us Africans. And so when it comes to investing in startups, it has to be Africa-led. It's great that we're all gathered together in spaces like this, talking about our own issues, talking about startup capital. And we absolutely have to continue this conversation, but we have to take responsibility ourselves. If we don't have our own skin in the game, our own resources being put at risk, it's tough to get someone that's from outside of the continent to want to put their own funds at risk. So we absolutely must take the lead first, and then we can invite others to the party as we are succeeding.
Indeed, quite the party. Omotayo?
I think maybe just to add, and I'll tell a little story. We're in Aba earlier in the year in the Ariaria market, for those who know that area very well. And what I saw was China in development. That's what I saw, right? And with all that is going on, the war between US and China, I think there's an opportunity for Nigeria to step up, right? And stepping up is from the investors. The startups are there. We just need to be intentional about putting the right framework, right? There are thousands of people in that market who are doing phenomenal stuff, phenomenal. I'd never been there before, but people who can sew, who can all sorts of things. I think it's just for us here who know, working together with the government to put the structure around that and industrialize that. For me, that is the investments, that is the deliberate intentionality that we have to have and to change the narrative, at least for Nigeria to start.
Wonderful. Omotayo Ojutalayo, the General Manager of Enterprise Business Development at MTN Nigeria. We've also had Ms. Cecilia Akintomide, the Chairperson of Ring Capital, and Mr. Oti Tamen, yes, CPA Investment Principal at Althea Capital. Round of applause for all of them, please. And I am Joanna Mustafa. I'm a senior business correspondent with News Central Television, the fastest growing television station in Africa. I host Business Edge, 11 a.m. every weekday, DSTV, Star Times, GoTV. Catch me there. And thank you again, once again, for your time.
And thank you, Joanna, for doing an exceptional job. And as you take a photo center stage, I'll ask our CEO and president to join you. May I also kindly ask to be in preparedness for the fireside chat, deploying patient capital, investment manager at Launch Africa Ventures, Lena Kassiem. And Lena will have a conversation with the CEO of 7 Generations Africa, Mr. Barry Johnson. So Lena, if I may kindly and humbly ask that you take your place. You are behind the media men and media women. I apologize. So Lena, the floor is yours. Barry, the floor is yours. You may sit in the center so we can see both of you. Lena, if you come this way kindly for me. Better this way. All right, Lena, over to you.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. We don't want to stand between people and lunch.
Thank you for being
And
patient.
I also have a call in exactly 20 minutes I have to get on. So we're gonna be quick and hopefully give you some powerful things to take away.
All right, Barry. That's the American in him.
I know. I guess I should shut up and let the moderator talk, right? Okay. All right.
All right. Hello, everyone. Like she mentioned, my name is Lina Kassiem. It's a pleasure being here. It's my first time in Lagos. Thank you very much. It does feel very familiar because I'm Cameroonian, so right next door. It's my pleasure, a real pleasure, to welcome Barry Johnson, founder and CEO of 7th Generation Africa. We'll have a good conversation. I'm not going to go through his impressive background. He has worked with presidents of countries, billionaires, which I'm taking this as a sign that maybe one day I'll become a billionaire. Just, receiving the blessings.
Why not?
So, aligned with our theme today of accelerating local capital participation, Barry is now focusing on increasing wealth preservation and attracting investment in
Hold on one second,
Africa.
Nina. Hey, everybody. We are trying to bring knowledge and a little bit of insight. Can we just please respect the organization that has brought us all together to learn from each other? There's a huge area where we can talk.
Thank you.
Thank
Barry.
you.
All right. So, I was mentioning, Barry is now focusing on increasing wealth preservation and attracting investment to Africa. And to address this challenge, he's encouraging avoiding the typical old models and trying to bring new models to our continent, those that will be adapted to our realities. Now, family offices are very largely misunderstood. It's a missing thing, actually, on the continent. So Barry and I are going to talk about his work with family offices, with 7th Generation Africa, and the role he sees in family office in participating in Africa's progress. So, Barry, thank you for joining us today and for gathering the room together.
Thank you.
All right. So to kick us off, let's start with a simple definition. Define family offices for us. What's their role?
Okay. So everybody ready? I'm going to ask a question first quickly. Who thinks they knows what a family office is? Really, raise your hand really high, super high. I really want to see. So a number of people think. I bet you I'm going to shock you in telling you probably don't really know. Not many people do know what a true family office is. So a family office is a privately owned organization, owned and controlled by the family, that exists to take care of all of the family's interests, needs, and aspirations. Interests, needs, and aspirations. Notice, not only money, but well-being, wellness, their vision, their goals, what they want to create, what they want more of and less of in the world. What most of us hear when we're hearing family office, and I'm really on a mission to have Africa understand, and I'll tell you why I know what I know about family offices, is that most of us think that family offices is a group of people that invest for the family. And whereas that is a part of what a family office has, it is only one spoke on a wheel. Let's say you're traveling through time on a wheel that must turn successfully. It needs spokes, wealth management, critical spoke. It is one of many, the others we generally don't know about. And I'll just give you a little bit of insight on where I'm coming from. So, I married into a family on the African continent that had nine figures of great wealth. From the father's entrepreneurial spirits and sacrifices, ingenuity, he is all of you entrepreneurs in the audience. You will become him through the work, the sacrifices, the effort, the support, and everything else. And then what he did was bought into the model that most of us buy into, which is a distinctly northern Western model of what it means and looks like to have wealth, right? It looks first like it gets extracted off of the African continent, right? And my father-in-law would say, Betty, We are 45 years from the bush. What he was saying is, historically, they had no access to wealth or that which creates wealth. And once they got it, he had no models to follow. And so he followed the existing model. The existing model was not the African model. And so it doesn't work really for Africa. And what several people said this morning is the capital goes away. It doesn't really understand our needs, our interests, and it doesn't understand our people, so it typically won't end up staying here. It's extracted out on our behalf. I've worked with families that have had wealth, one for 1,000 years, one for 400 years. One of the partners in my effort now that we're starting this movement on the continent is the Rockefeller family, a particular branch of the Rockefeller family who believes in new models and disruption. And what I was curious to do is to look to understand, why is it that most wealth holders, by the data, will lose the wealth sometime between the day they make it and 3 generations, 22 years per generation, roughly 60, 70 years, the money will be gone. And I believe everyone in this audience, if I said raise a hand, who knows somebody, I want to see, who knows somebody who's had great wealth, but now the wealth is kind of gone? Raise your hand if you know that. Raise your hand high, please. Everybody knows this story. Why is this? And how is it that the people that I've worked with and in their family offices, how do they manage to keep money for 400 and 500 years? That is the issue of family offices. So I'll pause there and send it back to you.
I mean, just to piggyback a bit on that, we do see it as we try the fundraise, right? One of the things that we have at Launch Capital is that we are a retail fund. So a lot of our LPs are high net worth individuals, and unfortunately, what we're seeing happen is the money is coming out from outside of the continent. So now as we're working through the exit, guess what? The money is going to just go right back out of the continent. And we're trying to convince more and more high net worth individuals to invest in the ecosystem, but there is this need for family office. So getting to the term or the concept of family office again, what are some of the models or offerings that you have that are specific for the continent? What do you see first as the greatest need?
Okay. So I need to explain one other thing, which is, why do family offices matter, and how are they different from your next door neighbor who's worth, or you, who is worth $200 million? What's the difference between a $200 million person family and a family office? The difference is, when you become a family office, there is almost like a rite of passage. It's a mind state that is a systems thinking mind state. It looks to understand all the integrative things related to wealth. So the wealth doesn't create itself, right? As I said, it's created from the ingenuity, the creativity, the ideology. It's from the work, the discipline, the risk-taking of the humans. And it's those humans that will either lose or grow and preserve the capital. And they will invest that capital in line with their vision and their values if they have their way. The family office will say, who are we? What are we? What do we care about? What do we want more of in the world? What do we want less of in the world? And how do our investment strategies relate to that? Okay. That is not typically what an outside wealth manager is going to say to you. They may or they may not. Even if you have an outside wealth manager, the family office exists to help them to orchestrate according to your needs. You think of it as a symphony orchestra, right? All of the outside people are sitting in chairs. They play an instrument. You want them to play well. But they are not your conductor. You are the conductor. So for the African families, as you become a family office, you recognize, hey, wait, I don't just have money. I have all kinds of capital at my disposal. I have creative capital. I have political capital. I have relational capital, all sorts of capital. And when I am in control and able to orchestrate all the things outside, we can now do it in alignment with our values. What does that mean to the people sitting in the room? And what does it mean to the flow of capital into local markets? One of the things that a local family office, now governed, now orchestrated, now sophisticated, now asking critical questions, one of the questions they would and should ask, my guess is, what does our wealth have to do with these people and the conditions of the place here? So they're thinking very considerately about how they exist relative to the world around them. And even if you do ship out 90% of the capital, what part stays here? How do we make a difference? And they will have the kind of self-examination that says, wait a minute, I was once this entrepreneur. I can't have been the very last one created, right? So I'm the last one, the others can't be invested in, and I'm going to ship my money out. No, the family office gives you this strategy. The other thing the family office can do, which makes it very important to this ecosystem, is they have many types of capital available to them that they can deploy with greater patience, greater resilience. They have the ability to see potential where others in more corporate and institutional organizations won't see that potential. Like, they can see beyond these kind of corporate lensings. They can see that someone has potential who didn't happen to go to this school or that school or go here or there. So this idea of creative capital, all the different types of capital, and having financial capital that can come from philanthropy, it can come from impact capital, it can come from regular investment capital that can be deployed alongside the asset managers or the banks as the lenders or the sovereign wealth funds or all of the others who we typically see at the table. The family office can take risks, it can act quickly, it can be influential to get the flywheel turning. So that's the relationship.
And especially, I think, also in terms of making sure that we invest in the sectors that are relevant to us. I think part of the challenge beyond angel investing, when you get into VC, part of the challenge is that most of it is funded by DFIs, and those also have their own interests. So their interest dictates the type of sectors, because when they give you money, they have to give you conditions on what type of sectors, what type of impact, and what type of measures the money should go towards. And having local capital, so these family offices from our continent being part of the makeup, the mosaic, it helps actually because they're local, they understand the different challenges, they understand what should be more important in terms of ranking, sectors or urgency. They can focus, they can help at least the asset managers or force the asset managers into investing into more relevant sectors.
Yes.
So speaking of capital and influence, this conference also focuses on pillars such as policy execution, facilitation of cross-border investment. How does your work with family offices connect to these pillars and other ways to scale local capital participation?
Okay, speaking of policy, so my institute that I just created called Seven Generations Institute will launch a tour around Africa to 15 countries where we will endeavor to have in the room leading families, entrepreneurs, economic policy makers, public sector, we want asset managers, sovereign wealth funds, et cetera, all in the room, right? Because we believe that's the 21st century table that can actually address the challenges of getting more capital deployed on the continent. But who's aware of the UAE and their policy on family offices? Is anybody aware of that? Is that resonant to anybody? So the UAE, as part of its economic policy, current, one of its priorities is the creation from within and the attraction from without of family offices. They want to be the largest host of family offices in the world. Guess who else wants to do that? Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, Switzerland. What do all those countries have in common? They're some of the best performing, most stable, higher growth countries in the world. They have figured out that it's not just about attracting companies. I love attracting companies. I was the chief inbound investment officer under Obama, wrote the White House policy to bring businesses to the U.S. I totally get why attracting companies matter. We created 200,000 new jobs by attracting $250 billion over 10 years in new jobs. Totally get that. But what the UAE is doing, they're saying if you attract family offices, you get a multiplier effect. But in order to do that, the government has a role to play. The government has to comport itself. It has to acknowledge and recognize that family offices exist. It has to do what the other panelists talked about creating the right policies, the right tax policies, the right backstop and first loss coverage for people investing in new companies and in the angel world. The government has a huge role in creating the conditions that would lead a wealthy family to want to have a family office that exists in that jurisdiction. And so part of what we're doing, again, I have a for-profit side that is building and creating the family offices. But at this stage of my life where I can literally be sitting with my feet up looking out of my mountainside place in the mountains in North Carolina, my give to the world is to try to bring awareness on something we, particularly brown people, don't see or hear. In these rooms that I'm in around the world with the wealthiest family offices, we are not in the rooms, right? Remember what the woman said earlier about get in the rooms, be a part of the conversation. So we're totally left out of the family office conversation. To be clear, Africa has 54 family offices. Like, that almost makes no sense, right? Africa, as far as anyone is counting, has 54 family offices.
It's really small.
Singapore announced with great pride about a few weeks ago that they have attracted 400 new family offices in this calendar year alone. There is a gap. So this is what I'm saying is, listen, you can make it easier, you can make it hard for yourself. If you have the clear indications, we have the proof, we have the case studies, we have to get on board, because when we can create these family offices, it's not just about whether or not the newest, wealthiest people will actually invest more. It's also, once your family office, you kind of put on this superwoman cape, this superman cape, you can now be seen by family offices all over the world as trustworthy. Friendship, diplomacy, they will come in. That's how we tap into the global capital.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To finish off, we promised you a short, punchy session. So, in your work to advance family offices in Africa's progress, who do you work with? Who should be in your room? Who do you want to talk to?
Right. So basically everyone needs to hear. I mean, clearly, in terms of building a family office, typically the rule is 50 million in net worth and above is typically where it makes sense for a single family office to exist, where you have your own, where the cost of having the family office and the dedicated team and staff, some of it can be outsourced. But generally, you need to have around that amount before it makes sense to actually build your own family office. There are other iterations for people with lesser than 50 million, where you can be in these things called multifamily offices, where the costs are shared by multiple people. But we work in the kind of 50 and 100, the 100 and up for now, only because it's the starting point. And to the extent that you can get these people to begin seeing their true power and begin to model what it means to show up in their own countries, in their own way, and begin to really shape and catalyze a future, bringing others along, not following, but leading, then others will see. It's all about modeling. So, yeah, so we work with the families at that level, but as I said, it's the governments, it's the DFIs, it's the sovereign wealth funds. They all have to understand that the family office is actually it's their friend, because the family office can get a thing going. a family office can fund the feasibility study
Yeah.
to get the great project going and not like ruminate on it and argue over it for months and months and months and worry about whether I'm going to get reelected or not, right? Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. This was a very short session, but we did it on purpose. We hope you were able to get something out of it. Thank you again, Eben, for having us.
Thank you so much to both you, Lena and Barry, for making us and bringing us that very nice, short, quick, punchy conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 elements just before lunch. Thank you very much for staying put. Our first in the 3 is a big deal from Gobeba. And Gobeba's Peter Nyangwi will present Gobeba, of course endorsed by Medica, and Peter will tell us all about it in all of 5 powerful minutes. Peter, where are you? Ah, there you are. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Greetings from Nairobi. My name is Peter Nyangwi. And they say the proof of the pudding is in the eating, isn't it? We've heard from the shepherds of capital. Let's hear from the other side of those that need capital, and see whether where the rubber meets the road. Let's see how many would be interested in a seed-level business that has 2 very experienced co-founders. One ex-Amazon, built fulfillment systems for Amazon across the world. And the other one from Naspers, ran their first early marketplaces across the continent, acquiring over 3 million customers. And at the moment has $1 million in ARR. And we have about 30 staff, and 85% of them are women. Let's see who would be interested in that. So I have, first of all, thank you so much, Eben, for what you're doing. In the last raise, pre-seed round that we did, besides Medica, 25% of our raise came from angels. The sad part is that 80% of those angels are Nigerians. Which I'm not sure, I'm not trying to blame Kenyans, but that's how much support we got from Nigerians in diaspora, which is a testament of how much angel investing can do. And that's what has driven us to what I've talked about, and the ARR that I'm talking about has grown 2x since that raise. So what does Gobeba do? So Gobeba helps households in growing African cities to access bulk utilities like cooking gas in a safe and convenient way. Why do we do that? If you travel around almost nearly all cities in the continent, from Nairobi, Accra, Lagos, and anywhere else, you'll find that we don't have piped infrastructure for cooking gas. Even the water itself that we drink, a lot of people have a challenge actually drinking it from the tap. And so these are critical essentials that require very good distribution. But it is the distribution that is broken. First of all, why is it broken? Because it's so fragmented that you end up with infiltration of that distribution system by illegal refillers and counterfeits. In Nairobi, for example, 70% of the cooking gas you'll find in households is filled illegally or it's counterfeited, making it unsafe for households. We think that we can do better. We can have choices around safety and kind of binary choices. You either get unsafe but convenience, or you get safe but in a very inconvenient way. This must be a third way, which is safe and convenience. And that's exactly what we've been doing. That's where Gobeba comes in. So how have we done that? We've built a distribution infrastructure that makes sure that we source all the cooking gas straight from the brands and we've built 3 layers of infrastructure. The one is technology. The second one is actually physical infrastructure. And this is where we found a lot of capitalists kind of telling us, we only do light asset business models. And I'm sure a lot of entrepreneurs have had that in the past. But how do you do light assets in a continent that lacks infrastructure? So we've taken that up to build that distribution infrastructure. So we have a number of micro warehouses. We have 10 micro warehouses now. And on top of that, of course, we have the customer service. So when customers order, we optimize around 5-kilometer radius to make sure that they get their essentials in 20 minutes. So before quick commerce came to become a thing, we were already doing quick commerce, but for bulk essentials. And so that has seen us partner with a lot of global brands and also African brands that require the distribution. They might own the front-end technology through which customers might order, and then they connect through our APIs for us to be able to distribute. We also have our own web WhatsApp system where customers can order from. And the traction has been very good. As I said earlier, we now are 1 million ARR and growing. We also have over now 4,000 active customers monthly, about 20,000 customers annual. And as we look at the unit economics, which is, I think, the paragon of a lot of the e-commerce businesses, we have some very attractive unit economics. We make about 22% gross margins. We tend to keep 13% of that in terms of contribution margin. So therefore, our unit economics are very, very sound. So currently raising $2.5 million to enable raising $2.5 million to enable us to move towards much more expansion across Kenya as we prepare to go towards other African cities. And in that, we're going to build more tech. One of that is enabling near-pipe access, which is building a sensor that enables us to be able to detect when you need cooking gas, and then we get it to you before you even order. The other thing we are doing is that we've seen this piece of infrastructure, all these micro warehouses, this ordering technology, is useful to other products. So we'll be expanding our categories to focus on other products. Therefore, then, if you're interested in partnering with us, we would be much more interested as we close this round for you not to miss out. And as I said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. Peter, so how much are you looking for? 2.5 million. Only? Please give me my bag. But which currency? Always be clear which currency. Good. Don't give me my bag. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next pitch. They're not really pitches, but I'll use that word for the sake of what we're doing. My big deal, Dawa Mkoni, who is, represented here by Mr. Clemens Iswadi, and who is the co-founder of Dawa Mkononi, endorsed by Warioba Ventures. So, where are you, Mr. Clemens? Are you here? Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Clemens, co-founder and chief of... Sorry. So I'm co-founder and chief operational officer at Dawa Mkononi. Professionally, I'm a medical doctor, but currently I sell drugs for a living. So what Dawa Mkononi does is it's a platform which we help health facility access medicine. And this is because less than 1% of health facility can acquire a traditional loan. So due to this, it impairs the delivery of healthcare. And the solution that we are providing is credit financing, whereby this health facility can get a credit line of medicine from us. And we have partnered with different banks, which in turn use our purchasing history and transactional history to give this health facility credits. So how does it work? A health facility owner. Hello. So what happens is this health facility places an order in our mobile app, and then we use the data that we have, we score them, and then send the data to the bank. The bank approves, credit our bank account, and then we supply the medicine to the health facility. So far, we have disbursed across to $5 million USD in credit value, and our NPL is currently standing at 1.7. So our vision is to expand in East Africa and go with the banks that we have partnered with. So our business model is B2B. We sell to health facilities only, not to individuals. And we have a hybrid model where we have inventory partner who supplies us the medicine, and then we have in-house inventory. And from this different model, we make different margin from that. So what we do, we procure medicine from local manufacturers and authorized importers, and then we process the orders from the health facilities, and then we do final delivery. So we have a team of around 110 people. We started as 4 co-founders, and we have different, we have 4 board members and other management team. So currently we have made a revenue of around 14.6 million USD since the inception of 2022, and we have attained a monthly recurring revenue of 500,000 USD, and we have transacted with more than 3,000 health facility with average order value of around 2,000. So this is our board members and our management team. So as I said, 14 million in gross revenue and monthly recurring revenue of more than 500 USD and health facilities. So we are currently raising 2.5 million USD in mixture of debt and equity. So we have already raised 1 million USD in debt, and we are currently raising the remaining part of 1.5, of which 600,000 USD have been committed. We are remaining with 800K to be raised. So some of our investors, we have Warioba Venture, who was one of our earliest investors. And then we have global brands like Sanofi, Axian, and Boehringer, who is our debt investor. And also support from Catalytic Africa with match funding grants. Thank you. If you need to sell medicine for a living, please reach out.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. Sorry, Clement, you just said your last words were, come. You need the money, come. So if they need, say it again, please, louder.
So if you need to sell medicine for a living, please reach out.
Anybody sells medicine for a living? Anybody needs medicine for a living? Because we all do. Okay, anybody sells medicine for a living? Please find him during the lunch break, coming up shortly. Thank you very much, Clement. And Peter, come. I didn't give you an opportunity. So who are you looking for, apart from the money? Who are you looking for in the audience?
So, yeah, beside the money, we're moving from 1 million ARR to $10 million dollars in the next 3 years. So one of the people we'll be looking for is somebody who can help us also build partnerships across the value chain I've talked about, and also expansion thinking in Lagos, in Accra, and other cities in Africa.
Okay, wait, so define them, just in case they've heard you. Who exactly, what do they look like? I'm not talking about gender. I'm talking about who they look like, their criteria, their skills.
Yeah, skill sets. If you had experience in large supply chain, if you've been involved in large capital raising, especially also debt, as a senior level executive, we'll be happy to have you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just before you go for lunch, we have an exciting element that is the first of its kind under the ABAN Congress umbrella, but ultimately, it's the first of its kind under ABAN completely. Ladies and gentlemen, we like to call this the ABAN Awards. A round of applause. Please let us pretend these are the Oscars. So, ABAN Awards, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you. And this year, we've got two categories. Well, we've got one category coming on later on, but for now, we've got two categories. The first is Angel Investor of the Year, and the second is Angel Network or Syndicate of the Year. Are you ready for the nominees? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please take a look at the nominees for Angel Investor of the Year? Our first nominee is Mr. Adedotun Suleiman, MFR, founder of Genesis Angel Investor. Of course, he has pioneered and built his career in management and strategy consulting in Nigeria, dedicating over 30 years to the firm, known variously throughout his tenure as Arthur Anderson & Co., Anderson Consulting, and Accenture. Predecessor firms to today's KPMG Professional Services, as you may know, and also Veraki in Nigeria. Mr. Suleiman has also chaired or served on numerous committees, task forces, and done several ad hoc assignments for the government of Nigeria. Our first nominee, once again, founder of Genesis Angel Investor, Mr. Adedotun Suleiman. A round of applause. Please, can we have the award just sitting here for me? Eyes right there. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our second nominee in this category is Isaac Ewalefo. He's an investor who has, of course, invested in just over 100 startups across 12 African countries, both directly and via syndicates. Actively mentored several startup founders as well as professionals looking to get started as angels. Most notably, he backed startups like Affinity Africa, Clever, Esusu, Omnibiz, Triply, and Co. A round of applause for our second nominee. Our third nominee in this category is Maha Mandur, who is, of course, the founder of Core Angels, executive chairperson, PTS Holdings, founding partner, Core Angels MEA, and Chemtix Ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, our third nominee is a visionary, impact investor, and ecosystem builder. Maha Mandur has redefined what it means to invest with purpose in Africa and the Middle East, balancing leadership and motherhood. As a single mother of two, she has transformed challenges into a mission, proving that women can lead, invest, and build thriving ecosystems that, of course, change lives. And our last, but definitely not the least, nominee is the one and only Joel Nana Konchu. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, you may see his stature physically, but he has invested in numerous businesses across the continent of Africa. Most notably, Macos Ventures and Cameroon Angels Network. Ladies and gentlemen, he serves as not only a great son of the soil, but also a mentor to most and someone to look up to. Our last, definitely not the least, in this category is Joel Nana Konchu. It is with great pleasure that I bring to the podium the person who will announce, the presenter who will announce the winner in this category. Please allow me to bring to the podium the CEO of ABAN and, of course, the leader of ABAN Congress, Miss Fadila Chumba.
And the winner is... And then, the winner is Mr. Suleiman. It's the wrong one. It is the wrong one. It's the wrong award.
Yeah, the wrong one. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the winner of our first ever ABAN Awards, Mr. Suleiman. Mr. Suleiman is an exceptional leader, demonstrating his leadership across organizations, across industries, and today we celebrate him as the winner of the Angel Investor of the Year category. Mr. Suleiman, I hate to put you on the spot, but you have 45 seconds to address your audience. Please come this way, sir. You can say thank you to anybody you want. Right here, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, big surprise. I came in just in time for this, and this wasn't what I came for, by the way. I said, let me just come 1 hour before my session, 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's what I came for. So no warning, no indications at all. But thank you very much, I would say. It's been a long journey, and it's been a very deliberate journey as well. I mean, so I do what I do. It wasn't by accident. It was, as you saw in my citation, I had made my career in consulting. And since we did very well, at least in the firm that I work for, was develop leadership. We did develop leadership. So we recruited the best and the brightest the university system produced, and we turned them into leaders over a career that was spanned several years. I did that for 32 years. So when I retired in 2005, it was then the case of what do you do? I was still relatively young. 2005 was 20 years ago, so I was 53. So I said that I will continue to do what we did in Accenture, but do it instead of professional services, but do it through private enterprise. And therefore, I just set out to support young people who have bright business ideas. That was it, you know, and that's all I have done. And I would say all the money I made from Accenture, all the money I made in the early investments were plowed back into further. I mean, as I was working, somebody came to me and said, "We don't have a list of your investments." I said, "But you didn't ask me for my list of investments anyway." So I started recalling these investments from my memory and so on. Then I discovered there was a note in my note where I had listed all the things I had done. I don't think it's even up to date. Anyway, there were 34. I made 34 investments over 20 years. I've invested in angels. I've invested in PE funds. I've invested in people. I've invested in infrastructure. I worked with the Minister of Communications Technology, Mobileye Johnson, who incidentally was also my mentee as well, to create a network of incubators for Nigeria. I call it IDEA. I don't know how many of you remember the IDEA project. The plan was to do 6 of them across Nigeria. We were successfully only doing 2. But at least that was when the seed for the whole ecosystem, the whole idea of hubs, co-working spaces, and so on, really took off. But by the time we did IDEA, I think there was only CC Hub. Also, that was doing well. And so I've seen the system, the ecosystem evolve. And about 13 years ago, just felt there was a need to put together like-minded people, people who are minded to support young people, and create, and that was the start of Lagos Angel Network. The idea wasn't original to me. The idea was brought forward by 2 or 3 young people who wanted to do it, but they were too young they didn't have what I would call the convening power. So I joined that effort, and together with Tommy Davis, we started the Lagos Angel Network. We did it for several years. I was there when ABAN started in Helsinki, about 10 years or so ago. And we pushed Toby to lead that, and he's done a marvelous job, where we've spread the gospel of angel investing and so on across the continent, and we've influenced the policy, to support early stage investing. And we've seen some spectacular successes, which grab the headlines, but it's spectacular failures we were talking about spectacular failures. I have had my fair share of successes. I would say more failures than successes. We knew that from the beginning anyway. So no surprises there. So it's exciting. We've come a long way, but I believe there's still so much to do. We only barely scratched the surface. And I think what gives me the impetus is that when you look around you, at least in Nigeria, what people moan about are the problems. Oh, this is not working, that is not working, this is not working, this is this, and so on. I always tell them, who is going to do it? It's Nigerians or Africans that will do Africa. So there's still a lot of work to do. And I think it's going to be younger people that will do it. And I think our role is to just support them, encourage them, support them, and I'll continue to do that for as long as I live. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Thank you. Very well said there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to our second category, Angel Network of the Year. And if I can have the nominees on the screen, Angel Network of the Year, here at the very first ABAN Congress Awards. Well, while that's coming up, ladies and gentlemen, the nominees are Zambia Business Angel Network, ZBAN. A round of applause. Nairobi Business Angel Network, NIBAN. A round of applause. Côte d'Ivoire Business Angel Network, CBAN or CIBAN. And lastly, Core Angel Networks. A round of applause. It gives me great pleasure to bring to the podium the president of ABAN, Yemi Kerry, to announce the winner of this auspicious category.
And the winner is Core Angels. Are they here? You can take it over them.
We have a representative standing in to take it on behalf of Core Angels for your exemplary collaboration, impact, and dedication to strengthening Africa's angel investment ecosystem. Your work exemplifies the power of collective action in driving innovation and sustainable growth. Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, sir. We'll be checking if you delivered it. I trust you. I'm just saying we'll be checking. Ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful highlight brings us to the lunch break, during which we also encourage you to continue to network. Please do be back in this room at 3:30 p.m. We have a series of engagements and conversations right after that with a special highlight featuring quite a lot of important individuals and also featuring another block of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now lunchtime for 1 hour. See you at 3:30 p.m. And can we please have our exquisite saxophonist giving us some music? Ladies and gentlemen, please exit to the right. Please take your time going down the stairs. We have an hour for lunch. Please exit stage right. Go down the stairs kindly. And our colleagues will help you to access the lunch dining room. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We have to collect that picture of ours. Oh my God, this girl.
has trained over 7,000 investors, created 10,000 plus jobs, impacted over 20,000 females, and powered innovation that uplifts millions. To date, from 6 founding angel networks, ABAN is a community of 75 plus networks on the continent and beyond. Since 2015, our community of ABAN Angels has invested $33.5 million in startups across Africa, fueling innovation, job creation, and economic growth. This success is driven by 4 key pillars: robust training programs that have empowered hundreds of new angel investors with the knowledge and tools to invest confidently; Catalytic Africa, our co-investment fund, which bridges early-stage funding gaps and amplifies local capital. The African and Diaspora Angels investment vehicle enables seamless cross-border investments and stronger ties between Africa and its global diaspora. Sector-focused angel networks strategically aligned to drive innovation and development in high-impact industries. Looking ahead, the ABAN Angel community is poised to invest $80 million in early-stage startups and tech-enabled SMEs across Africa. To achieve this bold vision, we're calling on more African angels to step up and commit their capital to the continent's future. Key priorities on our path forward include scaling the Catalytic Africa Co-Investment Fund and reaching our $50 million fundraising target, unlocking more matched funding for high-potential ventures. Introducing an African Angel Investor Accreditation Framework to strengthen trust, professionalism, and collaboration with our networks. Deepening our footprint across Africa, ensuring capital reaches diverse founders and ecosystems where it's needed most.
So as we look ahead, note that ABAN is the engine for capital participation and making sure that it brings a community of a bigger number of individuals across the continent to continue supporting this mission. I would like to take this moment to thank the team at ABAN for their commitment and dedication to this mission. We know very well that we have worked extremely hard. We have achieved great things, and there are bigger things to be achieved. Thank you. My name is Fadila Chumba, and I'm the CEO at the African Business Angel Network and fund manager at Catalytic Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I said to Fadila yesterday, I think this movie should go for the Oscars. Don't you think so? I think the world needs to watch the ABAN film and become a little bit more inspired that, yes, indeed, Africa for Africa by Africans for the world. That's what I say. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after the food, after the music, after the film, it's now time to get back to work. Thankfully, we enjoy our work. Allow me to bring now to the forefront the CEO of Affinity Africa, who is going to share a quick presentation called Behind the Deal. This is a founder's journey through the lens of angel investment. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Abdul Jalil. Guys, can you help me to move this back? Can you help me? Abdul, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it working? Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Eban, for this invitation. And just a little correction. I'm CEO for Affinity Ghana. We're a group of companies, but starting off in Ghana. So just a little correction there. I'm really delighted to be here, and it's been so far very enjoyable. So I have 5 minutes, so I'll use the 5 minutes and talk about our story as Affinity and the impact that angels have had on making this story a reality, because without the angels who supported us, we wouldn't be where we are today. So at Affinity, we've set out to build a digital bank for Africans, starting off in Ghana. And at the moment, we are based in Ghana. We've built
a business that has 100,000 users as of today. And our main mission is for financial inclusion. So we use technology. And if we go to this slide, I guess all of us from Africa recognize that this is a major challenge for SMEs in Africa in terms of leaving their place of work to go open a bank account. So what we are trying to solve for is exactly that. And some of the challenges we see is the fact that there's poor infrastructure. And then we also know the high cost of funding across the continent. So we've built a business that has 3 key pillars to solve that problem. The first pillar is that we are deposit taking. Now, deposit taking in a way to reduce our cost of funding, to be able to give affordable loans to our SMEs. We also operate a branchless network. That means our cost of operations are very low. And then we rely a lot on data to make decisions. So a combination of all that means that we're able to get affordable products to MSMEs who lack access to financial services. So for us at Affinity, it's not just the access part, but the affordability is also very key, because we can provide the access, the $300 billion gap across Africa that we all know about. That is a reality. But the other reality is that it cannot come at any cost. It has to come at a cost that is affordable. And that's what we're trying to solve with technology. So can we move to the next slide? So I just cut to the chase. We've been building this for a while, and as you can see, up until last year, the graph has been quite steady. And from last year, we really saw the tick. Now, this is critical between 2020, what you see, and 2024. I think that's a real story of Affinity. The 100,000 is what is in the media and what everybody sees, what we celebrate. I mean, the past couple of weeks, we've been celebrating the fact that we've reached 100,000 customers. But the real story is up until we got there. And that's where the angel story comes. That's where the heroes from Angels have come to give us the patience, the space, the support, the commitment, the belief, most especially, to be able to build in a very, very difficult space. Because what we're trying to build and what we've built, I always say it's deceptively simple, but it's pretty difficult because you're building tech across infrastructure that is quite difficult. The tech ecosystem is not as smooth and integrated. Market uncertainties, regulatory challenges, and all those things make it a bit more difficult than Global North or the West when you are building such systems. So having angels to support you to get to that point where you can then scale the business has been our story, and we've been truly grateful to all the support we have, some of whom are actually here, so we are very, very grateful for that. So as I said, we've achieved 100,000 customers, and now on a monthly basis, we're able to onboard 10,000 customers, and this is just in Ghana alone. And actually within Ghana, we are operating just within Accra for now. We're yet to scale within Ghana. So our aim is to get to 1.2 million customers in Ghana, and then we start scaling across Africa. And really, the real thing is to bring financial inclusion, affordable financial inclusion to the average Ghanaian, to the average African. Okay, so while we wait for the slide, so talking about, okay, so maybe we'll move quickly. So the real impact of our experience with Angels, and I talked about some of the challenges already. I mean, throughout this journey, it's been quite a journey. Regulatory changes, regulatory bureaucracy, having to deal with shifting goalposts, if I may say, no clarity from the regulator as to what you want to do, whether they understand it or not, but being persistent. But you can't be persistent as a founding team or the founder. You need your backers to also be persistent with you and to encourage you along the line. And that has been a challenge that we've scaled with the help of Angels, especially the idea that we're kind of building now, a very unique idea. It's quite bold. To reach 1.2 million Ghanaians is quite bold. Within the space, we want to reach it. And through the mode, we want to reach it. And having the belief of Angels has been quite important. And then the market uncertainty. I mean, we all know about the story across Africa. I mean, in Ghana, we've moved from interest rates of 28, 29%. In less than 9 months, it's down to around 10, 12%. I mean, it's gone down, but the reality is the volatility just creates a lot of problems. And regulatory changes here and there. So it has been quite difficult. But what our angels have given us is access to networks. So in the early days, even access to talent, early talent to bring on to help. Opening, access to partners for us, because again, partnership is important. Just a typical example around ID verification. Eventually, we had to build our own ID verification, but we tried different ways. We tried ID verification from Europe, whereas at a point in time, Ghana, we had about 4 or 5 different types of IDs. Now you get the ID verification system, it's not able to pick up, the pictures and recognize it because it's not built for Africa. So just that as an example of a lack of infrastructure, by having angels who are aligned and committed to you, they are able to point you to the right people, get you the right talent to be able to build, or to point you to the right partners to partner with to solve a problem as basic as that. The other bit has just been the advice and empathy. It's crucial. I mean, for any founding team that is looking to solve a problem, because sometimes it can be lonely. So having someone backing you with money, but most importantly with advice, because most angels have walked a certain path. I mean, in the morning one of the presenters talked about domain expertise, and that's crucial, whether it's in HR, whether it's in technology. That has been very helpful to help guide us to where we are today. And I think finally, it's just the introduction to follow-on investment. And again, the pipeline was spoken about. So the ability to connect to follow-on. So subsequently, from the beginning, we had all angels. Now we have some VCs, and we also have some of them in the room, some of our VCs who've supported us. But without the angels, I'm not sure we would have gotten to the VCs. So everything still starts with the angels that we have. And with the angels, we've also had some of them point us to the VCs who actually are matched to what we want to do, VCs whose ambition are matched to ours. And it's been an incredible journey so far. So just to talk about the numbers, as of today, and we talked about exits too in the morning, the fact that we don't get a lot of exits from angels, and that's our story as well. So I think the suggestion that was given is key. I would support that, because as of today, we haven't had any exit. Not that I'm sure any of the angels want to exit, but should they want to exit, most follow-on investors like VCs would want to bring the money to grow the business, but not for exits. So I think it's a useful thing to consider. So we have 30-odd angel on our cap table, and comprising about 24% of our capital raised so far, which is quite significant given the stage of the business we are so far. Now, I just want to finally talk about the impact that we are going after, and I believe why the angels have supported us, because, again, we talked about the 3 main things in the morning why angels invest. One of it is impact. So our business is really 3 pillars for us. The first is accessibility. So we built a solution that makes financial services accessible to everybody, to the youth, to the middle-aged, to the non-formal sector, to anybody. It's simple to use. We have 2 different channels, and depending on whether you are tech-savvy or not, you can still have access to financial services, and it's very user-friendly. So we've created access, and particularly for the informal sector who run businesses, they are very time poor. So their ability to live where they are, go to a bank and get a bank account is completely, absent. They cannot do that. So we bring the bank into them. We provide them that accessibility. Apart from accessibility, I also talked about affordability. So it's huge for us as well. And in Ghana, we are the only financial institution that has free banking. We don't charge any fees whatsoever, whether it's monthly fees or it is transaction fees. So we don't charge any fees. A quick question, obvious question I always get, or we always get from that, is how do we then make money? Which actually speaks to the model of banking we've been used to, because there are so many ways to make money, but it's all about the fees in terms of the model of banking. For us, we make money from our balance sheet. We make money off attracting deposits and lending it out. That's how we want to make money. And we believe that the fees is a hindrance to financial services. We believe high fees it doesn't add value to the end customer. So at the end of the day, what we say is we'll make your money work for you. So we make a promise to our customers, to our users, that you don't bring us money and leave with less than that money. You either leave with exactly that or you leave with interest. And then we make money off lending. And the final piece of our pillar, it's around education. It's around ability. So whether it's tech literacy or financial literacy. So by design, our platforms, whether it's our mobile app or USSD app or our agency app, is designed to be able to get users information, access to information, to learn about financial literacy. So for example, you'll be able to see how interest rates are calculated on our apps. So basic things that would let the users understand when to take a loan, whether you actually need to take a loan or not. Because yes, it's easy to push loans on customers to grow our balance sheet, but we're also concerned about the impact. We are concerned about not over-leveraging people. So we give full transparency and financial literacy to our customers. And physically as well, we have our agents who train, especially our informal sector, on basic financial literacy and tech literacy as well. So we believe with all these three, we'll be able to achieve what we want to achieve. And these are some of the numbers we've achieved so far, and incredibly proud about that. So just finally, just want to say thank you to all the angels who've supported us. Thank you to ABAN, because I think it creates a fantastic platform to support businesses like ours. And we think that, I just want to add our voice to the fact that VCs should support angels, because it's a great pipeline to be able to do deals and to grow the continent. So thank you very much.
Beautifully done. Thank you so much, Abdul. But Abdul, just one moment before you go, I didn't know there were a lot of Ghanaians in the audience. Any more Ghanaians? One? Ama? Who else? Oh, then the Jollof joke will not work. Clearly, there's not enough of us. But just wanted to say congratulations, my brother. Well done. And keep going. Thank you so much. Photo, please. Photo. Kindly photo. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for me to bring to the podium and to the stage for a roundtable called Financing the Future, Investing in Sports, Entertainment, and the Creative Economy, Mr. Emeka Ajene, founder and CEO of AfriDigest. And Emeka is going to have a conversation with Mr. Matthew Ohio, Managing Director, El Carnival Limited, Ms. Kendi Kamwambia, Head of Operations, Haver Fund, Mr. Diolu Lamikanra, MD Integral, and Ms. Laureline Tribby, Lead for Social Link Division, AFD, and lastly, never the least, Miss Lady Lade, founder, Lady Lade Studios. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it seems to me like Emeka is ready. If his panelists are here, please do us the honors of joining him up on stage. May I kindly have my technical hands to please... Okay. So Emeka wants me to ask the room, can you feel the rhythm of Africa? You have to say yes, please. Emeka, that's $1,000.
Bill it to ABAN, please. But fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. Fantastic. Just what a beautiful day. I just want to first start off by thanking Fadila, thanking Yemi, the entire ABAN team for bringing us here today. Such a beautiful event. I think this morning I heard Mr. Suleiman talk about convening power, right? So really grateful for ABAN to use that convening power in a positive way to bring us together to talk about important issues like mobilizing local capital while also showcasing some of that local capital at work with startups like Afindi Africa, like GoBiba in Kenya as well. So let's get started. I think it's really fitting that we're sitting here in a cultural center, right, to have this panel. I'm really excited about the panel. So, you know, our conversation today sits at the intersection of culture, commerce, capital, and creativity, right? If you look across the world, you know, look across the African continent, you see African creativity is at an all-time high, right? You see Nollywood, you see Afro beats going global, you see fashion, you see films. and it's really African creativity is, you know, it's really being maximized. But what you don't see, it's African creativity really being monetized and financed in the same way as you see fintech, as you see some other sectors. So what we're here to talk about today is, you know, how do we unlock capital for the creative economy? And I'm here with some fantastic operators who have deep expertise, both, you know, I think film. I forget who's here. We lost a few people. So just, and we have Heva Fund as well. So I'll just allow the panelists 1 second to introduce themselves, and then we'll get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kendi Kamwambia. I'm a partner at Heva Fund, and I'm very excited to be here with you this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diolu Lamikora. I'm a managing director of Integral. It's a sports management and marketing company in Nigeria. And I'm happy to be here, and thank you to the leadership of ABAN for inviting me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laide Daramola. I'm the founder of Lady Laide Studios. We're a film production company based in Washington, D.C. and Lagos, Nigeria.
Fantastic. And I will call James up. James, I'll call you up to the panel as well. Please. So James is the CEO of Pulse Media. I'll give him a second to introduce himself as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Emeka. So I'm CEO at Pulse Africa. So we run a few different brands. We run Pulse, which a lot of you will be familiar with, is one of the biggest entertainment and culture platforms in Nigeria. Pulse Sports as well, which I started, and then also Business Insider Africa.
Fantastic. So, Kendi, I want to come to you first and get the investor's perspective, right? So, Heva Fund is mobilized and deployed over 40 million across over 100 startups in the creative economy. So, I'm curious, what's the investment case for Africa's creative economy in a nutshell? And what have you learned about different types of financing? Because if I understand correctly, Heva Fund is doing more than just equity financing. So, those are the questions.
Sure. So I think what we've learned so far, or rather our approach to financing the creative sector, is that there are three segments. There's the really early stage creative entrepreneur. There is the SME who are a little post early stage, and then there's the growth stage. And so all these different stages require different types of capital. So when you're investing in a very early stage business, you need a blended approach where you have some bit, or rather a lot of patient capital, such as grants, and you blend that in with a little commercial capital. The reason why the grants are important at this early stage is that these businesses are trying to attract talent. They're trying to figure out a lot of logistics, a lot of operations. These particular grants also go to equipping the entrepreneurs in figuring out their financial management, figuring out their human resource. So at that early stage, you need a blend of both commercial capital and some patient capital, such as grant capital. And that's where catalytic funding comes in. As you advance your pipeline to the middle stage, you need a lot of debt. This is because, again, the exit isn't very clear. The exit opportunities aren't very clear in the sector yet. And then as you advance more debt capital and the businesses are maturing and formalizing and becoming, or rather advancing to the growth stage, then you can start to talk about equity. So how we see it is that we are building a pipeline, and we have been able to consolidate different types of capital for different stage businesses. And then again, if you look at the value chains in the creative sector, they all require different types of financing. For instance, the financing that you'll give to a film entrepreneur is not the same financing you'll give to a fashion entrepreneur. Film requires more time to go into production, to go into post-editing, and then before they can even go to market and realize their revenue. So then project financing becomes very, very critical and very appropriate for a film entrepreneur. Then when it comes to like fashion, then you have to start thinking about things like revenue-based financing, because Again, how fashion works, it's a bit seasonal.
Kendi, I want to come in, and I think it's very interesting as you go into the detail, but I also want to come in and get the big picture, right? If I'm writing a check, if I'm sitting in the audience, and I usually write checks for things like Affinity Africa, right? Why should I think about writing a check for a film, as you're talking about, or a fashion tech company? Just what is, as you guys invest, why is a thesis creative economy, not something else? What's attractive about the sector?
All right. So how Hiva, and this will take me a bit into the background context, how Hiva was formed, we were a collective of artists. We all had different artistic practices. There were DJs, there were writers, film producers, and it's in our practicing of our art that we realize that there are these fundamental problems when it comes to the sector. And then we realized that this sector has a lot of women and a lot of young people, and these are people who necessarily don't have access to collateral and cannot get the traditional forms of financing. So then it became a personal burden for us as creatives to figure out an outfit that will be able to lend to the nuances of the creative sector, that will be able to understand them and structure deals in a more appropriate way and reach the young people, the young women who are unable to get traditional financing. So for us, it's never been a question. We are fully committed to the creative sector. We know what opportunities lie there, and we are seeing more people become more interested in the sector and start to write bigger checks. And I always joke that it's because the voice is now coming from inside the house. They have Gen Z children, they have their young sisters and brothers who are now very actively participating in the sector, expressing themselves in one way or another. And so now the catalytic funders, the DFIs, are starting to pay attention and investing in the sector.
That's fantastic. And I want to come to you, Lady Laide, right? So you've been producing film and movies for a long time. Kendi's answers seem to me to be emphasize, Gen Z, young people, almost impact. From your experience, is building movies, producing films, is this really about impact, or is there a commercial side to this as well?
I think it's about both. So I'll speak about the impact first. Entertainment is an avenue that is very, very powerful, and it is very lucrative as well, if done correctly. And, owning the narrative of our stories can help us make the impact that we want. So the only thing is that we will have to package it in such a way to reach the audience that it's intended for. So for me, as a Nigerian American, it's quite important that whatever stories I tell, that my family in West Africa or my children in the US will be able to understand the story and feel their culture, their tradition, and everything that I'm trying to portray through that particular film, whatever genre it may be. So the impact there is that there's a way to identify with who you are, who our people are, and so that's where the impact lies to me. It's a very powerful tool that can go and transcend through the internet, through platforms, through television, through radio, well, not radio, but you understand what I mean. So it's very powerful in terms of impact. And your second question?
About the commercial side.
Okay, the commercial side. So the commercial side is equally important. So understanding that for investors, most investors want to know, how do I make money? How do I recoup and how do I get profit? And so for me, it's important to know that there's a life cycle that is endless in film and TV. Of course, there are certain ways in this market that films are done. Particularly some producers like to go to cinema first and then hopefully get on a large platform, and then they can explore, localization in different languages, which brings additional income for the film, and then on and on and on. You can explore platforms in other countries. As many of you may not know, Nollywood is appreciated by not only Nigerians or Africans on the continent, but Africans in the diaspora, We have fans from the Caribbean. I spent some time in the Caribbean this summer, and everywhere I went, they wanted to know if I knew Rita Dominic and if I knew Iniedo and all these actors and actresses. And so that shows you the power of what we have in our hands. And so there's so much, also in South America, Brazil particularly, our content is king there as well. So my point being is that there's so many areas where we can monetize our films and our TV series to make great profit for investment.
Fantastic. James, to that point, I mean, just Laide mentioned the soft power as you see African celebrities, African music, African culture being welcomed across the world, right? But there's a perception, especially in the media space, you're in a digital media platform, right? So it's not even a perception. The reality is that average revenue per user is, a fraction in Africa of what it is, in developed markets, but you guys, as Pulse, have built a significant business, that's advertising based off the back of, of this segment. So I'm curious to you, do you agree or disagree that you could build a significant business that's targeting the African market and the digital market space? And how has Pulse been able to find commercial success in that space?
Yeah, I think this is a really important point that I probably can't cover comprehensively here. In that, yeah, it's a huge issue, and I mean, even us, we've had a lot of patient funding, and it's still been a very difficult challenge. Building a mass media market business in Africa, like you say, the revenues per user are really very small. We have very price-sensitive consumers. So a lot of, I think, things that I see in this space, whether it's creators, whether it's sports, almost all the major investors that I'm seeing here are investing because of some kind of export potential, whether they say that it's potential for music or film to transcend and to sell it in the US, even with media. Our advertising rates for a user in the US is about 40 times what it is in Nigeria. So, like, for example, with Business Insider Africa, our money is essentially made with our US users. That's not to say it's impossible here in Africa, but I think the models work very differently. So I think even us, I've just recently come back on board, trying to pivot away from a kind of an advertising model to a much more brand-based model, a more direct-to-consumer, because I think like the advertising model for media at least doesn't work here in the same way it does in the US. So, and we have to come up with better media models.
Fantastic. So it sounds like new models, and if it's advertising, kind of thinking of export and attracting, using African content to attract, global users. You talk about the South Africa example.
And I think I'd just say as well, again, it's a long conversation, I don't want to bore everyone, but I think with media is often, it's a kind of gateway to something else. So, as you've probably seen yourself, often with media, it's like you might not be monetizing on the media side, like you're bringing people in with the media side and you're selling consultancy services, you're selling, maybe for us it's video production, like we have a whole media marketing agency that a lot of people don't know about. So a lot of the stuff we're doing on the content side is actually bringing in customers for other services, rather than just monetizing through ads. And I think that's pretty necessary for most.
Absolutely, I've certainly seen that. Deolu, last but not least, we talked a bit about sports and we talked about export, but it seems like, your company, Integral, is importing in a sense, right? You guys are acquiring the rights to global events and bringing them locally, right? So I wanted to just ask you, how do we localize that value chain, right? So that, our investors, African companies can capture more of this. And please, if you could also explain a bit more about what you do, because I think it's a pretty unique business.
Okay, thank you. So we work across the value chain of sport, across media, broadcasting rights, hospitality, corporate hospitality, to international events around the world. We also do sponsorship management, talent management, and events, right? What we have found that has worked for us in terms of these rights that you're speaking about is we go outside, we acquire the rights. So for example, on SuperSport or on free-to-air TV, which we did in 2019 up until 2022, we acquire rights to the Premier League that everybody wants to watch. So we know that it's a product that sells, right? Or that's what we thought, to put it honestly. Because in the end, when we've acquired the rights and then we've brought them and tried to market them, and like James has said, the way media works here is slightly different. So for example, if I have the rights in Nigeria, across Nigeria for example, what should happen is broadcasters should come to me to pay for said rights to be then broadcast on their own platforms. But in actual fact, what happens is I then have to go to the broadcaster, pay them a fee to broadcast the feed that I'm getting, and I still have to go and look for sponsors to advertise on said broadcast to be able to make some money back, right? And what has happened in the last few years, as everybody's aware, is, for example, I went and purchased rights at when the dollar was 300 or 720 naira to the dollar. And then by the time I'm repaying, it's twice that amount that I have to pay back. And even when we try to renegotiate to say, look, this is the situation where we find ourselves, they've not, a deal is a deal. We found out that there's no wiggle room for us to do that. So it's been interesting, difficult, a lot of learnings, but in terms of the way we think Nigerians consume sport, it's slightly different in terms of how you then put it out to the audience.
Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. I think I want to come to you, Lady Laide, right? And just to go, while I have you captive on the stage here, right, to go inside the inner workings of creating. You've had series, content that's been globally distributed on Netflix and so forth, right? So I'm curious, just take us inside the process of that, from Genesis. You have the idea. Do you then pitch, investors? Are you pitching local investors? Are you pitching global investors? And then how does that get to market eventually?
So my story is quite unique. I had an IT background for many, many years, over 20 years, as a program manager for the government in the U.S. And I pivoted right after COVID when I thought about my life, and I was ready to do what I was made for. And so in starting my first film project, I invested in myself. So that film was definitely a gift from God for me because we shot it, and while we were shooting, we had Netflix and Prime asking about it. And by the time it was ready...
This is your first movie?
My first film. By the time it was ready, we were given a deal that we agreed to on Prime, and a date for almost a year later, which was fine. We were just too happy to have that happen so quickly. And thereafter... I decided that, hey, it worked the first time. Let's see if it's luck or I have something here. And so we've been able to do other films. I think we have about 11, including series down now. And
how are you financing these? You financed the first one. These other ones
so
are.
I had investors come in, private investors. And so some of them saw Hotel La Bamba, which is on Prime. Please go watch it so they know that people are watching my films, right? So some of them saw it in cinema or, on Prime and said, oh, let me know when you're doing your next project. And I think it speaks to the spirit of excellence and, doing things a little differently. So some of the private investors came that way and others came through referral. So I remember we were just about to start production for Asoebi Diaries, which was one of the biggest films this past Easter. It's my baby. It's a story about 3 friends who crash parties by getting Asoebi. And so when I moved to Nigeria over 20 years ago, I didn't have any friends, but the friends that I did make liked parties. So we would get Aso and really oppress people with our fashion, so hence the film. So anyway, when that film came out, it was quite clear to me that we had something. And so in order to push it forward, I was like, you know what? Let's see if we can get it into the Ghana market. Let's not just think about Nigeria only. And so the way the story, it starts from the story. the way the story was written is to explain the culture to, I have friends in the US who are like getting married, they're American, they're like, oh, we have to pick Aso-Ebi for my wedding. And I'm like, you don't even know what it is. But because they see it on Instagram and this social media life, they were interested. And I think it's the way Afrobeat has transformed our music industry as well. So it was good for me to be able to explain this culture through the film in a romantic comedy. So it starts from the story, be strategic with the story, and then going into production. Once we started production, we were selective about, our cast. We're very strategic about having the best cast. We had Natsi Asime, we had Kiki, we had Kunle Remy, we had Daniel Etienne, naming they're probably in the film. So it was very strategic to make sure that people on the continent recognize their stars, and then people abroad would also like it. So once we finished production, we're now able to finish. Oh, another thing is a lot of times Nigerian films are not really accepted in the Ghana market unless you have a Ghanaian actor, but this film was. So it shows that the way it was written, the strategy worked. And now we're touring the US from state to state, showing the film, and it's been a great success. So
and I'll just ask you to explain a bit more. What's your mix of investors? Is it the people that are coming in? Is it mostly foreign or Nigerian, African investors saying, this is our content, we want to finance this? What's been your experience?
So we had 7 investors for Aso-Ebi Diaries, and 6 came from Nigeria.
Okay.
And 1 came from the US, Nigerian American.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, Kenti, I want to come to you. So that's an example of, our Nigerian content, African content being exported. James also mentioned kind of one of the strategies that makes sense in terms of local content is export. As an investor, is that something you're looking for? Is this kind of, meet and export? Does this have high export potential? Just what do you look for when you're investing in the creative economy locally?
It would be great if the projects that come our way have export potential. However, we feel that even the local market is enough to, give a good return on the investment. So for us, it's not a prerequisite that your film has to be looking towards the a global distribution. However, it's an aspiration because then that makes business sense, that there's more volume within the continent, there's more volume when you go global, but it's not particularly a requirement. I think the other thing that we are finding out is the digital platforms really allow content or businesses to travel across borders. And so we are very keen to see how projects, how entrepreneurs are leveraging the digital space in order to transcend borders. The thing that has been coming up a lot, though, is that there's unfairness in how the procurement for African content is being done by the streaming platforms. It's not very fair, and there's some work to be done there around policy, and I think government and regulators should have a roundtable with these streamers and, discuss the unfairness and the lack of equity when it comes to compensating filmmakers that are distributing globally. However, the global market is not a prerequisite for investment.
Fantastic. James, I want to come to you. You're known famously for kind of building Pulse Sports business, right? I would say, right? So in terms of sports is effectively looked at as a plaything almost, right? But you've kind of made this kind of commercial. So I'm curious to have your perspective on the potential for, we talk about film, fashion, et cetera. So I'm curious is how do you see investing in sports as a commercial opportunity for angel investors, local investors?
Again, I think it's such a huge topic, and I think even even if you look in Europe, for example, a lot of sports enterprises is still heavily loss making. Yeah. So it's a very tough one to go into. I think there's obviously some subsectors, probably owning a team, for example, is probably not going to be something that you're going to invest in looking for an immediate return. I think at the moment, obviously sports betting is a big one. I see a lot of people and I see a lot of returns in, for example, on the talent side. I think that's probably the most, the most obvious place at the moment with a lot of rights holders coming over, NFL, NBA, combat sports, seriously heavily looking in talent, investing in the continent.
What do you think about,
side.
on that point specifically, NBA Africa? Is that something, if you had a chance to put a check in, that you would be optimistic about?
I think I'm quite outspoken on this. I think, I probably would be looking. I think I'd be more interested in the actual the rails and the infrastructure side of things rather than investing directly in IP. So I think, I think it's fantastic for the ecosystem what the likes of NBA, PFL, etc. are doing. Personally, if I were looking to make a return, that's not where I'd be putting my money. I'd be thinking about what are they using in terms of the stadia, the infrastructure, the service providers, the supply chain. That's, I think, where I would be looking at. These people are coming over. NBA have a 10, 20, 30-year life cycle. They're looking to go to a franchise system. They're not looking at making returns in the next 2 years. So I'd be looking at where is their money going and what's the supply chain rather than the rights holder themselves.
Fantastic, and I think that's a good segue, right? So if I'm understanding correctly, your perspective, abstract, is not necessarily to invest in the end product, but the, picks and shovels that are enabling some of this.
Exactly, and just on that, I mean, even with the actual NBA, if you look at, some of the investors, there's obviously a lot of big exits of NBA teams recently, which have had some big headline numbers, but these are often families who've been holding those investments for 20, 30 plus years before they're now making their exit, and I think that's what the NBA are looking to do here as well. If you look at the investors who are taking franchises in the new NBA Africa, BAL, they're not, these are big families with a lot of wealth that are looking for legacy projects, not quick returns.
Got it. That's an interesting theme. Deola, we're running out of time, so I'll ask you to be direct, to a similar point, if someone is making their first creative industry, creative economy investment, just how would you think, what advice would you give them? For James, it might be think about investing in the infrastructure versus the end IP. Just what would your advice be, given your experience?
So I'm more versed in sports. Yep. That's what I can speak to for the creative economy. Maybe one of these ladies can put it in. For sports, I'm going to just echo what James has said. I think we need to create a market that then sort of drives the demand for goods and services around the sport. You've got the likes of, like you said, the NBA, the NFL came and did their Africa campaign for the first time in 2024, first time in Nigeria. They had to use the Onikon Stadium, and we were privileged to organize that on their behalf, but there were certain things we needed to do to get the facility to the point where it was fit for use, right? So if we can build infrastructure or get, investments in infrastructure to create the market, then probably that can then drive investment where you're able to then measure returns, or you can see quicker returns than if you were going in for a long period of time.
Fantastic. And for, I guess, I'll come to you first, Kendi. Just last word, for everyone, starting with you, Kendi. If you could change one thing tomorrow to make the creative sector more investable, what would that be? Is it policy, perception, structure? Just in your view, what's the number one thing?
Definitely, it would have to be structure. I feel there's a lot of us who are sector intermediaries and stakeholders doing very many different things which are really good, but then we are very siloed, we are very spread out everywhere, so there's no organization. And what that does is that we look like we're competing with each other, whereas we should really be collaborating. The cake is big enough for everyone. And so if there was more transparency in terms of structure, where people who are ecosystem builders or are in the sector in one or another, whether it's by being financiers, by being practitioners, or being regulators, could organize at the local level, organize at the regional level, organize at the continent level, and then have a systemized platform, digital platform, where that backs that particular structure up, so that then if someone is seated in Nairobi, they can see who are the funders across the continent, what does the customer base, it could even have an e-commerce platform where some fashion designer can sell from Nairobi to Nigeria. I'm buying some outfits from a Nigerian designer I met on a conference, and the only way I could get those those outfits is by coming here. So she's kept those outfits for over 6 months, and I'm now just going to collect. So logistics also is crazy. So I'd want to see us more organized, more aligned from the local level all the way up to the continent level, and then have, or rather use technology to really back that organization up.
Fantastic. And just concise and precise.
I think the biggest thing will be structure to the existing system of things. Currently, sports is kind of run on a CSR kind of model. You don't see people where there's a structure. I can tell you what my plan is. I can tell you what to invest and what to get back. And again, there needs to be the ecosystem. There needs to be a market. We've been talking about sports being seen as a business as opposed to just a participatory venture over the last 10 years. So I think, and there's been some work done in terms of coming up with a national sports industry policy. But it's not, the awareness around that is not as big as it should be. So I would say one thing would be to create awareness around the policy, which is incentivizing investment in infrastructure, and then, backed by policy to be able to encourage investment to take it to where it needs to be.
I would definitely say policy in terms of tax. A lot of times we hear in the U.S. that certain states have tax incentives for shooting, creating jobs, and things like that. So I would hope that there could be some of the same here in Nigeria and all across Africa as a whole. And secondly, policy in terms of the ability to be able to co-produce with our brothers and sisters in Ghana, for example, or in South Africa. Right now, we have a film that we're trying to make, but I've found challenges just trying to, work with different government entities before we even get to the production part of it and casting. So I think if the policy could be in place, it definitely make things easier to be able to create here in Africa.
The question is, what would we change?
Exactly. To make it more investable sector.
Does it have to be something that we could change? I don't know. I mean, I think the last 2 points said about policy, which I think is the obvious one. And the other one I think is something which I'm not sure we have that much power, but I think what you said about just spending power and discretionary spending power, I mean, that's obviously a limiting factor for a lot of this. I think so much of it's not sector-specific stuff, but just general economy stuff. So I think if we're within sports, we're looking at just having just generally more stability in the economies and things like exchange rates, electricity supplies, infrastructure, visa policies, all of this stuff, which is just basic economy stuff. Because a lot of our projects, I think, are longer time horizons than maybe other, if we're looking at investing in infrastructure, investing in movies and stuff, a lot of these are very long time horizons. And when we look at inflation rates and FX rates and things, and instability, you have very high risk factors, very high, what's the word, when you're doing evaluations, you have very, sorry?
Time horizon? Time horizon?
Yeah, I'm forgetting the word, but you have these very high risk factors which basically completely kind of destroy the normal financial modeling. If you're trying to invest in something like a stadium or an infrastructure in the UK, you're investing on a 20-year time horizon, and you'll maybe budget 2 or 3% kind of inflation rates, and it's very predictable. You can have long-term, 10-year rates deals, etc., that you can secure all your loans against. Here, everything is very unstable, and that makes it very hard to get financing that works for long-term projects.
Fantastic. I think, that's a good place to end, and we're out of time anyway, but I think it's just underscoring that, culture isn't just expression, it's enterprise, and enterprise exists in the ecosystem, right? So it's not just what can we do to attract capital to, the creative economy sector, but it's also thinking about what enables, to your point about, broader disposable income patterns, etc. So there's also just a framework that it exists within a broader ecosystem. So thank you to all of the panelists. Please join me in giving a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emeka, for moving that right along. Thank you so much. If our panelists can please take a photo. While we prepare for a Founders Reflections by the esteemed Lola Davis. Now, Lola Davis is a founder and proprietor, Little Acorns Montessori in the United Kingdom and Bencord Montessori in Nigeria, and a huge part of the ABAN family and ABAN fabric. So just one more minute for our photo. May I kindly have my stage hands to move the podium somewhere under the spotlight? Okay, sure. Thank you. Go ahead. Is it okay? Just move it just a little bit forward. Kindly. Thank you. Yeah. It's okay. I think it's okay now. Is it okay? Ladies and gentlemen, please now warmly welcome the esteemed Lola Davis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually glad to be in the room, as it's been said by others that have spoken. It's been a long, beautiful day. And I must say, this is the first in a while that I've been to a Congress or to an ABAN function from the beginning to the end. Because when I do travel with Mr. Davis, I probably just show my face and I'll do one or two things and go shopping. And I come back when it's finished. As I've been introduced, Lola Davis, and a lot of what I would have said has been spoken about. So I'll just try and put it out in a nutshell. I'm so happy to be here. I'm actually smiling from the beginning to the end because there's a lot I personally will be taking away from today. I'm representing my husband, Tommy Davis, but I will believe some of you know him as TD. Yes? And I've met a lot of people, due to the coffee time and the lunch time that happen to know me without me really knowing them. And I think TD's got lots of friends and faces here, which I am so glad. So I've put a lot of names to a lot of faces to the names are here when he's online, because as you all know, TD lives online. And just make sure he's watered and he gets a lot of rest. He deeply regrets being able to be here to join this landmark gathering. As a co-founder of ABAN, he holds this network very close to his heart. And he has asked me to pass on his warm congratulations to the entire ABAN family, Yemi, Kerry, Fadila, and the ABAN family, which I love that. 10 years on, and stronger than ever. As everyone has welcomed, I've met a lot of foreigners. You've traveled from far and near. We welcome you to Lagos, but that's been reiterated to us all, into a place, a Lagos that never stops dreaming, building, and reinventing itself. And as Mr. Emeka also just said there, I hope you're experiencing the energy, the creativity, and the warmth that makes this place a special one. When I was first asked to speak on this session, Founders Reflections, I smiled, because my own story is a founder story too, though from a very different world. As I've been introduced, I'm the founder of Little Acorns Montessori School in Bushi, Hertfordshire in the UK, and Bencord Montessori School in Bagada, Lagos. 2 schools, 2 countries, 2 systems, and 1 philosophy. The philosophy is that children thrive when we nurture curiosity, independence, and kindness. Building these 2 schools have been my own version of the founder's journey. There were sleepless nights over regulations and reins, which I've heard a lot of the groups talk about. But the joy of a child's first word, or a teacher's breakthrough moments, or the endless balancing act between passion and practicality is what keeps every founder going, because it's your vision and nobody else. So we need to keep that vision in us burning. And in that journey, I've come to realize something that many of you here already know. Founding anything, whether a school or a startup, is an act of courage. And like I've also heard some speakers, some startups are falling along the way. Some, like Mr. Ishmael said, have been, what did you call, that we're not making their money like zombies? But some of them still have that vision that they can make it. And it'll come to a time when you know you have to diversify. It is believing in something you cannot see yet. It's holding a vision steady when the world keeps testing your resolve. In our home, that spirit of belief has always been shared. When I was nurturing young minds, Tommy, or TD, was nurturing young founders, mentoring, investing, and helping them grow. And after a couple of years, helping them scale. My space is, he always reminds me, it's an SME. His is to start up, do the job, and scale. But over the years, he supported more than 20 startups across Africa and beyond, always with the conviction that when you empower founders, you unlock the entire ecosystems. And though our world's education and investment may seem different, they're deeply connected. We both work with potential. The potential of a child, the potential of a founder, and the potential of an idea. Dr. Suleiman mentioned there was a point many years ago when there was a company called Idea. So it's quite deep to keep thinking about that meaning, because it's all our individual ideas, but it's how we structure it. So at this point, I'm sure some of you know what Tommy TD talks about in his assessment tool for startups, using the word poem. In order to make it a little bit interactive, does anyone know what the meaning of poem is? Hello? Poem? Any of the new founders here, please? Okay. I've heard from the last group that anything we need, any startups, you need to have a dream, a vision, and a systematic way of carrying out your vision. So poem, the P stands for proposition, the O stands for organization, the E stands for economics, and the M stands for milestones. So I believe it can work in any sphere of our businesses. As ABAN celebrates 10 years, it's worth pausing to appreciate how far you've come. Or I could say how far we've come, since I'm his wife. 10 years ago, angel investing in Africa was more a calling than a category. Today, it's a movement, a bridge between vision and viability, between ideas and impact. So as we look to the next decade, I hope we remember the heart behind the hustle. Let's keep building, not just scaling ventures, but sustainable ones. Not just returns, but relationships. Not just exits, but legacies. To every founder in this room and every angel who believes in them, thank you for carrying the torch forward. May your journeys be bold, your lessons kind, and your impact lasting. And once again, on behalf of Tommy, TD, and myself, congratulations to the ABAN community on this remarkable milestone. And for all our visitors, welcome to Lagos. May this Congress spark new ideas, new partnerships, and new possibilities for the decades ahead. Thank you.
A special thank you to Mrs. Lola Davis reading that speech on her own behalf and, of course, on behalf of our dear founder, Mr. Tony Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to yield the podium for 5 minutes to the founder of Juice Me, endorsed by Future Africa, Mr. Sandile Dlamini. Sandile Dlamini is here. Sandile, 5 powerful minutes. After which we move into the policy and ecosystem panel very quickly, and then we go into the climate panel. So, over to you.
How does it work? Sorry. Okay. No. So please go back to the first slide. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandile Dlamini, founder and CEO of Juice Me. Today I'm going to do something I will avoid in the future. I'm going to use a script. I ask for indulgence because I'm truly excited to be here with all of you and to share the story of what we are building at Juice Me. Almost over a year ago, I stood in front of some of you during Accelerate Africa Demo Day and shared a simple vision to make any day payday for employees using WhatsApp. But soon we learned something. To make that dream real at scale across Africa, we couldn't depend on anyone else's infrastructure. We had to build our own, a system that controls deduction, payments, and compliance right from the source. Today, I'm grateful to be here and to show you what we have built. At Juice Me, we are building Africa's financial intelligence infrastructure by transforming HR and payroll into the foundation of financial products. Everyone here knows Africa will soon have the world's largest workforce. But most of that workforce won't sit behind desks. There will be drivers, security guards, cleaners, the people who are taking care of this building and who have cooked for us our delicious lunch. And the truth is that this rising workforce will be employed by mainly small and medium enterprises. These SMEs are the real Africa's true job creators. However, they face 3 challenges: managing staff, paying them on time, and staying compliant. That's where Juice Me comes in. Our HR and payroll platform runs directly on WhatsApp, making it effortless for companies to manage employees, pay salaries, and stay compliant. With one tap, they can process payroll automatically and remit taxes and pensions to the right authorities instantly. And it is working. In just 9 months since we launched here in Nigeria, Choose Me has processed over ₦1 billion in payroll, and we have over 140 companies using our technology. Our model is built for resilience and strong unit economics. Strategic partnership with payment providers drastically reduce acquisition costs, while embedded financial products increase the lifetime value for our clients. We charge companies between 1,500 Naira to 2,000 per employee per month. Since we have built this infrastructure and we control payments, deductions, and compliance right from the source, we now easily fulfill our original mission to make any day payday for employees. Let me tell you a story of why I'm excited about Choose Me and the future of the products we are building. Just this Wednesday, a company here in Lagos, that is our client with 9 employees, had its invoice delayed by 44 days, meaning they delayed paying salaries by 44 days. And keep in mind, the average salary is about $50. That is the reality, and that is the opportunity. Employees should not have to wait for 44 days to get paid. Now, through Choose Me HR and payroll data, employees get paid for the days they've worked anytime via WhatsApp. We are solving financial stress for companies, unlocking productivity, and fixing the financial dignity of employees one pay slip at a time. As you can tell from this story, we are ready to use our infrastructure to launch the next generation of financial products that will transform companies and employees, from invoice financing, savings, credit, and much more. To give you a taste of what we have built, if you're a Nigerian, please take out your phone and scan this QR code and open a Choose Me wallet right on your WhatsApp instantly and send your family and loved ones some juice. So, if you are a bank, we would like to do an integration with you. If you're a healthcare insurance provider, we would like to do an integration with you. If you're a credit provider, we would like to do integration with you. If you're a business owner, we would like to do integration with you. If you're an investor, we want to build and make money with you. This is the moment to be part of something transformative. To Future Africa and Carlo Ventures, thank you for believing in us early. And to the rest of you, please join us and let's build Africa together.
4 minutes, 25 seconds. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. Thank you so much, Lamini. It was wonderful hearing from you. Can we grab a photo? While we prepare for track 3, policy and ecosystem, what will move the needle? This track will feature the moderator Joe Kinvey, founder of Borderless Speakers, and it'll have, founder of Borderless, pardon me. Our speakers are Mr. Suleiman, super angel investor, Ms. Amajampo, CEO GVCA, Mr. Oswald Gwobadia, Managing Partner Digit A, and Ms. Elizabeth Howard, founder Lilapa Fund. Can we please have our moderator, Joe Kinvey, please do us the honors of taking the stage. We also have Mr. Idris Bello. Can we kindly have the panelists? Yes, you may sit right there. Yes.
All right, so good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I was very excited for this panel. mostly because I am in the presence of very important people and I'm super nervous, but I am quite sure that this will be worth it. So I know it's a bit late, but please stay because this is, in my opinion, one of the most important conversations that we're going to have today, and it's what's going to dictate what the next 5, 10, 25 years look like in the world of angel investing. Before we go into it, I have a ton of questions. I've taken a lot of notes, as you can see, but I will maybe, instead of me introducing the panel, I want to make sure that maybe they introduce themselves, maybe 30 seconds about who they are, what they do, and Idris, I will start with you.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. This is not my idea of Friday evening. I spend my Friday evening hunting for a mother. So my name is Idris Bello. They call me the Afropreneur. But I prefer to, for the context of this gathering, to refer to myself as a fallen angel. June 2012, I have the privilege to have sent out the email that became Lagos Angel Network. And since then, I have written about 206 angel tickets. But I no longer write angel tickets. That's why I'm a fallen angel. These days, I run a fund called Lofty Inc. Lofty Inc. Alpha Fund, or Lofty Inc. Capital, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Idris. I'll take it over to you.
I'm Amma Jampo. I run Ghana's Venture Capital and Private Equity Association. I'm also a co-founder of Impact Investing Ghana, and Africa Impact Investing Group is a spin-off of that organization. So our job is really to do the policy and regulatory work. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. And we're really proud to have spearheaded the 5% pensions industry compact earlier this year, which we launched at our conference. Got a lot of attention and incoming queries from some of you. So I'm happy to talk to you about how we've done that and how we're engaging our regulators and policymakers. Thank you.
And we'll come back on the pension piece because I think it's really important. But Mr. Adedotun, over to you.
Well, my name is Dr. Sulaiman. I guess by your grace, I'm your newly minted Angel Investor of the Year.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Oswald Osaitin Gobadia. I'm a policymaker and I advise African governments on digital policy.
Thank you. Oswald, I might start with you since you have the mic. I know you've written a lot of policies, you've advised a lot of African governments. First question is, what specific policy shifts or frameworks have proven to be most effective in unlocking early stage investing and strengthening the startup ecosystem across Africa? And I know you wrote the Startup Act in Nigeria, so if you have any insights on that, that would be very useful.
I wouldn't say wrote. I would say that I participated and gathered a bunch of smart people to talk about their pain points. So I would say that's the right spot to start with. It's really about getting a group of people to talk about their pain points. In this room, we have founders and financiers. I often tell people that ideas are great, and you financiers, angel investors, mad people, as I think of you, giving that first check, are actually irrigating an idea. But that idea is actually planted into an environment, which is what the policy guides, right? So it's important that we actually try to invest in that policy environment as well, alongside as we invest into the ideas as well. Because what you find, especially in the line of business I find myself now, I speak to both founders and funders, and you find that ideas that may have been 10x, 20x somewhere else ends up giving you 4x here, because that's essentially stunted growth. So my grandfather is a farmer, so I'm thinking in farming terms here. So if the ground is not fertile enough, which is really the policy environment, you're not going to get the right returns on your investment. So that's the incentive for you first checkers out there to look at investing in the policy environment. Now, to go to your question directly, what policy? I can't put my finger on one policy. The Startup Act, as you mentioned, is a vehicle, right? And it's a vehicle that carries a number of different provisions. And if you like, you can look at it as a number of different pain points, right? So what are the issues in the ecosystem? So a Startup Act in Zambia will look different from a Startup Act in Ghana.
Yeah.
Some of the things we're now looking at is, what are the different kinds of pain points that exist, right? Are there pain points that are local to that country as opposed to pain points that are continental? So where should we be solving that problem? Then I stop on this note. We do have a lot of policies. I'm not going to jump. I think you have a question on this, right? And a lot of these policies are sitting on the shelf, right? So I would say it's critical that both the funders and the founders understand the policy environment in which they invested into and which they're trying to start entities and ventures in.
That's very useful. I know, Mr. Dutun, you said that you're a newly minted angel.
Vintage.
Do you know much about the Startup Act at all?
What was the question?
The question is, are you aware of the Startup Act in Nigeria?
Yes, I am, sure.
And as a newly minted angel, like...
Okay.
No, you where angels fear to. he may very well be one of the first
in Nigeria.
Africa.
Super angel investor.
Angel 001.
Is there any specific policies you'd like to see?
That I would like to see.
Yes.
I would say my own view of it is not more policies, but implementation of the policies we have on ground. I mean, there's so many policy changes, those contained in the Startup Act, and even the recent tax laws in Nigeria. They are, for me, is friendly to the early stage system, but there's policy, there's implementation, and there's a world apart.
Yeah.
So what we'd like to see is implementation. More than new policies, really, yeah.
Okay.
The thing about Africa, Nigeria, of course, is the same thing in Nigeria. It's not the absence of policy, it's actually the absence of implementation. We have all the policies, we say all the right words at the highest level, but when it comes to the bureaucracy, putting it into effect has always been a challenge. That's what we need to work on.
Okay, no, that's very useful. It seems like some countries are doing really well when it comes to policy implementation, and one of those countries is Ghana. I have a question for you. My question is around essentially how governments and various ecosystem actors can essentially design tax, regulatory, and co-investment incentives to attract more angels, but also stimulate investment in the country. And directly, I would like to hear more about the pension reforms that happened in Ghana recently.
Yeah, I think, some of these things take time. I mean, that's a fact of the matter. You have government changes, political interference here and there, so that does affect the timeline and consistency of some of these things. But I think the key thing is really dialogue, conversation, education, building trust. Yeah. We have a lot of workshops, one-on-one meetings, breakfast meetings, lunch and learn sessions with regulators, with pension trustees, with independent trustees. There are a lot of stakeholders that, at play. So I think even understanding the stakeholder map that we're dealing with, at a national level, at a regional level, I think there is a lot of conversation that we need to coordinate a little bit better as an African continent. We need to maybe learn from other countries, maybe have more conversations between, larger associations like mine, with the Venture Capital and Private Equity Associations. Africa's Venture Capital Association is there. Ghana's obviously a national partner. We have regional partners. We do talk a lot about what's working, what's not working. So I think we need to, again, to reflect what Mr. Suleiman said, the joined up thinking, the learning from each other, and also implementing. How do we get, more regional players to come to, let's say, Ghana for our conference in April, for example, and have practical masterclasses and workshops to co-design and actually do the deals, right? Sometimes the closed-door conversations, it's understanding the nuts and bolts of, okay, why is this LP or this pension fund not investing actively? Maybe there's just 5. Why have there just been 5 pension funds investing for the last 10 years? It's just the same 5 that we keep seeing. What about the rest? What is stopping them? And also, influencing government as well. Again, a huge education piece. What is private equity? What is angel investing? All these asset classes and different types of pockets of capital. It's a huge, Barry spoke about family offices earlier. People have no idea what those are. How do we even incentivize that? But it's really understanding the incentives, the processes, the design, the cost structures, the fee structures at play. All of these are barriers to understanding and also allocation. So for us, it's really about trying to shorten that time frame to ensure that we get more money flowing into the various parts of our ecosystem.
Amazing. Idris, I didn't want to leave you out of the conversation, so I want to make sure that we hear from you from a fallen angel, but now a VC giant perspective. has there been any, regulatory or any incentives that have benefited you as a fund manager, especially on the continent? I know how tough fundraising can be, but has there been any regulatory changes across the African countries that has benefited the work that you're doing at Lofty Inc.?
Yeah, thank you. So one of the beauties about being a fallen angel is that you can afford to be not to be politically correct. You are not looking for heavenly favors anymore. So I've had the privilege over the past 20 years to have invested across 15 African countries and also lived in Lagos and lived in Cairo for over 10 years. And so that gives me a broad view of the different policies at inception and what's worked. And I think for me, what makes a good policy, or what has been a good policy that I've seen, is that policies are meant to give permission, not to place constraints, not about the press releases. And it's meant to give permission to build, permission to invest, permission to scale. And that can be counterintuitive for regulators who think they're there to regulate and place boundaries. And I'm glad we had the creative panel before us. When you look at the unleashing of the creative sector today, it's because permission has been given. You don't have to wait for a TV station to share your play. You have a skit, you go on TikTok. You can literally just become whatever you want, right? And so when you look at, I'm going to talk about three great policies, and I think they've worked or they should work. The first one that was mentioned is the Startup Act. And I've seen and interacted with the ones in Nigeria, in Tunisia, in Senegal. And what we've seen is the Startup Acts that work the best are those that have actual teeth, right? That are very explicit. You know clearly what is in it for you. What do you get? What do you do? It's not all modeled up. So we've seen that. There are also those that outlive the next election. Because that's the problem. You can do all the work and all the paper stuff, and the new government comes in and it moves to something else. And you as an angel, you planned based on that, and then you are stuck and you are left out. So that's the key thing there. So when you leave the Startup Act and you go to sandboxes, a lot of central banks, governments talk about sandboxes. The problem is most startups never graduate out of those sandboxes. If there's no clear path to a license, and I'm going to be in purgatory, in hell, in pilot hell, in your sandbox, then it's no longer a sandbox, it's a playpen, right? And so we need to be very clear about those things, and there should be very clear paths to the outcomes. The third one is then the setup of angel vehicles. We all have angel vehicles here. Setting them up in our countries is quite tough. Mm-hmm. The lawyers are not even clear about the regulations guiding them. Where they fall, is it a trust? Is it an angel vehicle? How do you move money? Can you keep USD here? Do you send Naira, XYZ? Then what tax incentives? So every day I get a letter from the LIRS in Lagos asking me, because they had one announcement of an investment we had made. And they then said they do a book calculation and I'm supposed to pay this tax stuff. I had losses in 10 startups last year. Where is the carry forward for that? There should be very clear tax incentives on that I can actually implement. And then when I make a gain, then I can net that against it. So I think for me, where you have clarity around those things is what incentivizes angels. Anything else, it's just press release, it's just a talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Idris. I think you've set this one up for me very well. By the way, I didn't brief our speakers. Somehow everything is flowing very nicely. And I've heard everybody, and it seems like there is a gap in policy. Now, Oswald and Mr. Suleiman, you said that we have the policies, they're sitting somewhere. Maybe Oswald, I'll start with you and Mr. Suleiman. If you want to add, that would be great. Which is, so we have these well-written policies, they're great, except we have an implementation issue. How can we ensure that these are essentially implemented to benefit investors, founders, and the entire ecosystem?
Well, don't forget, change oftentimes won't happen unless there's advocacy. It's advocacy that leads to change. A lot of advocacy went into the promulgation of the enactment of the Startup Act. All I will say is that the job isn't done. The same force of advocacy that we put in to get the act has to be followed through with the implementation. Yeah. I think a lot of the implementation will have to come through what I call the education of the bureaucracy. You'll be amazed the amount of ignorance at the level of the bureaucracy when it comes to how to interpret laws and so on. I think there's also a mindset issue as well. I mean, the average bureaucrat or regulator in Nigeria tends to constrain rather than facilitate. So there needs to be a mindset shift through an education of maybe the importance of business, startups, angels, and so on, and how the mindset should change from trying to control, trying to tax what doesn't exist, to helping create the value first. That to me is a big issue, because when you sit in the room with bureaucrats, civil servants, you'll be amazed the amount of ignorance is incredible. I mean, I spent 6 years during the Buhari regime sitting in what they call the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC. And it was a struggle. I mean, if I tell you 6 years, very little changed. Very little change. They are so resistant to change. And the other thing, of course, is most regulatory agencies in Nigeria, probably through other African countries, are more focused on revenue. They call it IGR, internally generated revenue. That's what drives them. And they're looking for this revenue where it doesn't exist. Clearly, a startup or somebody who is just making a start doesn't have any taxes to pay. What you need is help, not taxation. So that to me is the real issue. I mean, what do we need to do other than just continue the advocacy to say, you know what, like they say, let them breathe. Let startups breathe, and then let's see if they succeed. Of course, they'll pay tax in the future. That to me.
Thank you.
So I'm not really in favor of piling new regulation upon the existing ones. I would like to see the ones we have now actually work here.
Yeah, thank you. Oswald.
Yeah, Egbon has stated it very clearly, right? I think that there are, and Idris also stated as well, policies that go beyond the government into the next one, and we have to ask ourselves and study those ones. What makes a policy go from one government to the other? I believe if you study the Nigerian Startup Act, what you will find is the approach in which it was developed.
Yeah.
Right. It was very collaborative, and everybody felt they owned it. And if you're able to, what I call a big tent, if you're able to bring into that tent a number of key players in the ecosystem, a number of key stakeholders, then when you set up your new government, it's going to be one of those same guys you're going to call to be your PA or your SA or your TA. So it sort of lives through that. But I think when things are done in silos. So what I'm also finding on the continent, as in the whole, is that there are a lot of good intentions, right? But what we now have is too many instances of good intentions, right? So you find, for instance, I give you a real example. AU has a startup framework. Smart Africa, yes, they do. Smart Africa has a startup framework. Another agency, I don't want to name the name because I'm trying to dissuade them from creating one, right, is about to do a startup framework, right? And these are 3 continental bodies, right? So...
Sorry, this is on top of the country-specific startup acts.
Okay, so... What affects startups? In fact, I don't want to say startups anymore. What affects innovation and entrepreneurship, right? A good percentage of startups on the continent are really SMEs.
Yeah.
The stronger portion of the backbone of commercial activity are MSMEs.
Yes.
Right? The idea of startups is borrowed, right? It's fun, it's borrowed. But we need to understand what is the funding mechanism to fund MSMEs?
Yeah.
Right? That's the stage we're in on the continent. Right? Now, so we understand what the business is. Okay. So what are the government entities that affect this business? So the Startup Act is great, but it's not what really solves the problem. And that's interesting coming from me, right? Because there is no place called the federal government when you have a business. It's either Lagos State, or it's Edo State, or it's Osun State, or Kaduna, let me not leave out the north, or Edo. It's not the federal government, right? So it's important that state adoption happens.
Yeah.
So in my personal capacity, I've been driving state adoption, because that's what really affects the actual startups that sit in the different states, right? Then when you take it into the continent, right, you have countries, then you have RECs, which are regional economic, what's the C for?
countries.
Commissions, communities. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Communities. You'll be surprised what level of policies exist in that level that can affect the growth of your startup or your innovation entrepreneurship. Then you now go to the AU level, where you now have entities like AFCTA,
Yeah.
the AU itself, AU NEPAD, Smart Africa, who all have mandates that cover, and this is not just the same way you have plenty in Nigeria, you have plenty. So if you are in the business of innovation, or you're in the business of funding innovation, right, it's a grand delusion if we believe we're going to be truly successful if you don't face policy as a critical component to achieving the real value Africa can indeed generate. Because you have conflicting policy positions, right? You have policy positions. I'm not sure it's the question you asked me, but we're here.
No. It's actually a good tangent. I like
Right?
it.
So we have conflicting policy positions. We have structural issues. We have, there's this fancy statement about innovation must go before policy. That's also borrowed. Because the future is already here. So what exactly are you? Innovation is fantastic, but what exactly is the new thing you want to do?
Yeah.
Right? We don't have enough data centers. We don't have enough fiber. That itself is massive.
Yeah.
Right? There's nothing new there. Right? GPUs are not new. In fact, the GPUs facing Africa are not the right ones. That's another topic. Right? So, innovation entrepreneurship is the way forward. The policies that support that is something we all should focus on. Maybe your fund or your angel investing should dedicate a small percentage towards the policy environment and then also the infrastructure environment. And I'll stop there. I think we'll come back to your question again, 'cause I don't think I answered it.
That's a very great tangent. It sounds like there's a lot of fragmentation, like at a Pan-African level, but also at a regional level. Idris and I want to come to you. The question is around, like, what sort of, so Idris, actually, I'll start with you. You've invested across 15 African countries. What sort of cross-border policies or framework could really help foster more regional investments? And for you to actually cover, like, what can be done for you to cover all 54 countries?
A big part of it is licensing for our startups, really. Because for me to scale from this country to the next country, I have to go through a whole lot of stuff. It's almost like reinventing the company again. And which is where we've been a bit luckier with some of our Francophone companies, like with Wave. As Wave moved from Senegal to Cote d'Ivoire, it was easier, right? And we have GoCab now that's also doing that. Now, ECOWAS, I've not seen any value. Again, like I said, I'm not going to be politically correct. So I've not seen any value in my company moving from here to Ghana. If we could have the best thing here, if you go to Ghana, you have to start afresh, the laws, XYZ, with fintech, get a Ghanaian, all of that stuff, right? And probably vice versa too, right? So again, I think when they have those meetings, just making it easier for them to scale. Another one is travel. We can't even travel across these countries. You invite me to come and speak in Senegal, and I have to go all the way around. Why should I go? It's easier for me to go to London and give a talk than to go to any of this. So Togo is inviting me. Again, it's just tough. So I think just those basic small things. I'm not asking for big things. I've lost faith in asking for big things from government. But just the small basic things that are doable now. And I think that's it for me. And if you can just leave all the big talk and just sit down as a government to government, our companies need to move from ear to ear. What makes it easier for them? And I think we'll be fine. And we've seen actual implementation, a few of these, right? Where recently you saw what happened with South Africa and Kenya around the visa stuff, right? So which means it can be done. They just need an incentive to do it, right? So maybe at some point we have investor visas that allow us to be able to go around. But it can be done, but I just think that there needs to be an incentive for them to want to do it. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Joel, who's sitting at the front here, spent 2 days to travel from Cameroon to here this morning. So I think that's a testament of the travel. Yeah. And Cameroon is next door to Nigeria. So we do have a lot of work to do.
Cameroon is walking distance.
Amma, how about you in terms of like policies that can help enable more regional capital flow, but also startup scalability? And I'm happy to hear your thoughts on Ghana-specific or a Pan-African perspective.
I think there's a lot to be said about platforms and radical collaboration. I think, the work that we're doing with Africa Impact Group and Impact Investing as a movement, I mean, tomorrow is here from Nigeria. Ghana started maybe 7 years ago with this building impact economies and impact stakeholder groups, really working and learning together and having platforms. Like if we have a deal in Nigeria, someone in South Africa could look at our platform, our Deal Source Africa platform, and see if they like the deal or not. This is maybe a little bit more advanced, but I know ABAN has done a lot of work in the space. So there's a lot happening. I think, again, it's the fragmentation, right? It's how do we structure the fragmentation, the chaos, and the silos that exist, unfortunately. We need to be more radical about how we work together, and I think the seeds are there. I think, we're all doing little things together, but we need to be more radical with our collaboration and platforming some of the solutions that we already have.
Thank you. I've been noticed that our time is nearly up, and I'm not very happy about it because I want to spend more time on this panel. But I have one last question for the entire panel, and I would like to hear different thoughts. And Oswald, I'll start with you. And the question is actually very simple. It is, if you could make one bold policy or ecosystem change today, something that would truly move the needle for African early-stage investors, what would it be and why?
So I would say, I would say from a policy perspective, I would say more of an aggressive embracement of the AFCTA. I think with our more recent minister in Nigeria, for instance, there's been more of a stronger, bold move towards embracing the AFCTA. But I think this is a Pan-African organization, so if every group in every country looks into the AFCTA, Digital Protocol, Trade Services Protocol, youth and women, you see there's some real strong nuggets in there that are really meant to support some of the issues that Idris and the rest of the panel has mentioned. Even just movement of goods and people is addressed by this document, which most of the countries on the continent have accepted, but yet lies on the dusty shelf, right? So just implementation of that will move us light years ahead. Then I would say collaboration, right? Everybody says it, right? So it's collaboration to execution is critical in ensuring that we are taking a collaborative approach to getting policies implemented, right? So you hear of a lot of great policies on the continent that are just sitting and not getting implemented. But I think if a group of people like this body starts to drive some of these things, we'll get somewhere.
Thank you, Oswald. Mr. Suleiman, over to you. The question is the same, which is, if you can make one bold policy or ecosystem change today that will move the needle, especially for African early-stage investors, what would it be and why?
Well, I mean, since my major points at this session is that the focus should be on implementation, I'm loath to ask for more policies and more whatever. But if there's anything we can do to encourage, maybe to give some tax incentive to catalytic capital, because one of the issues here is that the reasons the banks and major financiers don't back startup is too risky. So if there's a way to incorporate some kind of element of tax incentive to encourage catalytic capital, so that people can then maybe cover the first losses and make sure capital that won't otherwise go to certain ventures will go because there's a catalytic layer on top of it. That would be something that is worth pursuing. But again, like I said, I would like to see the one that already been done, implemented. We will ask for more, but clearly if there's an opportunity to put that forward, that's what I will ask for.
That's amazing. Yeah, I think tax incentives, I'm sure everybody here would really appreciate it, especially the angel investors. Amma, over to you.
I would definitely say we need to be more clear with what we are asking for. So we have a lot of programs happening in the ecosystem, $100,000 here is big news, big headlines on LinkedIn, but nothing much is really happening, right? So where are the $100 billion projects that are dedicated to anchoring our funds, training regulators, really dealing with the nuts and bolts of what is missing in our ecosystem? I think we need to really look at that, and maybe taking from your point, the catalytic blended models where grants and philanthropy can come into our spaces, right, to just pave the way for more private capital to flow.
Amazing. Thank you.
So I think we have almost too many accelerators and incubators to the point where founders, African founders now, are over-accelerated and underfunded. So I think you need to make it easy for founders to raise their first $250,000 on the continent. And how do you do that? Mandate 1% of pension funds to go into early angel investing. Very simple. You don't need to go to Davos to go and beg. You don't need to go to China to go and beg. The money is there, sitting down there. Don't wait until you lose the money like Ghana. And then you realize you can... again, that was what happened in Ghana. They put in bonds, in treasury, everything that they thought was safe. When they lost the money, now Ghana is investing from their pension funds in VC. And we're lucky we're one of the beneficiaries of that as our fund. So don't wait until that, right? So mandate just 1% of your pension fund to go into early stage investing. Put your money where your mouth is. Stop John Kenton to Davos and everywhere begging for the money. Money is sitting down here in Lagos. If you do that, co-invest with angels, give to local funds, the scene will change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Idris. And before I leave you and give the mic back, I think, Oswald, you want to add something?
Yeah, sorry, Idris is so passionate. He basically reminded me of something, right? So essentially, you know, these provisions are really representing pain points. So I don't know if you guys have heard of what Kenya is about to do or has done with CSR. So they want their big companies to commit CSR, percentage of CSR funds to entrepreneurs. Simple, right?
Yeah.
So the charity funds, give it to companies as well, just a small percentage. That's intentional. That's intentionality in policymaking.
Amazing. I think we'll leave it there. Dear speakers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our speakers, and I can understand. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, it's been a very long day, but we're asking for the last part of your energy to take us through the next 45 minutes. And those 45 minutes will start with a 20-minute conversation that would be led by Mr. Anthony William Catt, founder and director of Ventures 54. Anthony will moderate a conversation with Ms. Pauline Colville, founder and CEO, Shequity, Ms. Bamidele Shion Owula, founder of Welcome to Africa, Ms. Olatokundo Ige, founder of Togoban, and Mayowa Olugbile Itana. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anthony as he navigates the powerful conversation on climate finance. What is the playbook? Anthony, over to you.
Now, originally we had about 40 minutes for this panel. We've only got 20 minutes, so it's going to be a very condensed journey we're going to go on. I almost don't wish we hadn't followed the previous panel. It was very inspirational, so I'm going to make this one as kind of practical as possible with some clear calls to action. I was invited to talk to you about the climate financing playbook that we produced with GIZ Spark and Brighter, and this was looking at the climate financing funding continuum and the role that angels and VCs are currently playing in that, but the gaps in capital, which are fundamentally different to a lot of other sectors, needing a lot of debt and a lot of other financing. And so over the course of a year period, we've engaged with hundreds of investment deals that have gone through the full spectrum of climate financing, from grants to equity to debt, to map those structures and to understand where are the gaps in the financing and how do we connect people together. I'm going to ask if my clicker works. Can I do it? I can. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to skip through the findings we had from the report because we don't have time. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a recording of the presentation. This will break down all the key insights and findings from the research around the funding continuum and how we looked at where donor funding was versus equity versus grants versus debt, and also then who are the funders in those spaces and where are the key gaps there'll be. So you'll have a full 20-minute video version of this presentation I'll send through. But if I could ask the clicker person to click through a lot of slides, just so we can go to the back end of the playbook, just to kind of set the scene for our conversation with our panelists. So yeah, whoever's on the clicker, could you just click through several slides, please? Oh, I can do this, here we go. I think it's me. Keep going through, keep going. I don't know if this is me, guys. If you could keep cycling through the slides. Somebody at the back? Here we go. Keep going. Just keep going until I tell you to stop. See, I had a lot of really good slides that I prepared on an overnight flight from London last night, which are not being used. Keep going through, guys. Okay, yeah, one more slide, please. Okay, so the main thing that we found in the research when we were looking at different types of deals in the climate space was actually there were three key archetypes which probably differentiate from a lot of the other tech sectors across Africa. We firstly had the software-based climate companies, so these are often climate risk platforms, carbon marketplaces. They're almost all their value is in code and data. CapEx is minimal and feedback loops are quick because it's tech that can be easily adopted and iterated in the market. The second was around hardware, so the more asset-heavy but proven tech, solar kits, sensor networks. These, obviously, the value sits in the physical devices and recurring payments. Capital intensity is high, but the core technology is usually known, and the risk is in supply chain unit economics. And then the final one was more around the science-based ones, so IP-heavy, highest technical and regulatory risks, biofertilizers, direct-to-air capture. Things often have early value in patents and lab results, but the capital explodes only at the pilot plant stage, and risk is on the scientific validation regulation. So unlike a lot of other sectors, you have very clearly three different archetypes you're looking at that require very different capital stacks from that early donor equity stage. If we could skip through the slides again, please. Keep going through. One more. So what we then did was, after looking at hundreds of deals that were being done from angel, VC, to debt financiers, to banking, private equity, is we kind of mapped out what we called the build, commercialize, grow continuum, which is where we saw these kind of archetypes fall under. And this kind of grid looks at it from that build, which is the ideation pre-seed phase, commercialization, the seed pre-Series A, and grow to Series A, looking at what are the different execution elements of that continuum, how long it often, on average, taking per deal, the type of funders at each stage, the instruments they were using, the size of the checks, and those who are enabling them along that journey. And so we looked at hundreds of deals to understand what this was looking like. And if we skip to the next slide, I'll just give you a quick example of then how we practically applied that in some of our case studies. So here with Puller, raised 46 million. They're very much in that software space. So you can kind of see here their instruments were very consistent across that journey. Small checks, as you kind of normally expect to see in the kind of software space, and the type of investors that come across there. Whereas if we jump to the next slide, on the hardware side of things, we see a bit of a different story journey and different types of allocation of financing. So upfront, a lot of grant funding, and then a huge gap through to that point of where we've kind of validated the product and we're scaling and building the product out. And you'll see a very different continuum of the funders that are coming in. And then finally, for our innovation slide, one more slide, please. So for science. So again, with the science, it's a lot of early stage grant coming through, smaller kind of incremental money coming through consistently. But what this enabled us to do was really map out which investors are allocating where. And if I go back to the original slide, you'll see where the kind of gaps are, what we call the missing middle, which is between the 1 million and kind of 5 million mark of capital being allocated, or not understanding the appropriate capital depending on which one you're looking at. So if I could skip through the next slide, please. Keep going through. So the playbook was produced as a tool to give you those insights and knowledge on the different stages, the different funding dynamics, but actually really what it was about was giving you an understanding of that funding continuum and the different case studies and models. So when you're looking at the deals you're producing, particularly as angels, you can then understand whatever that type of business is, whatever archetype it is, what are deals that have already been completed in that end-to-end journey, and how you can map the capital stack you're going to need for your portfolio companies, and then moreover, who are the investors allocating in those areas. And so what we did was, if you can next slide, alongside the playbook with Brighter Intelligence. So we skip through one more slide, please. We created an investor directory. So we looked at about 350 investors sitting across that continuum, investing in those archetypes, and we've mapped the type of deals they're doing so that you as investors can go into that directory once you've looked at the continuum and map that stack for your portfolio companies and understand who are the investors that you should be having the conversations with. And this is something we're going to continue to build out. And the next phase of the project with GIZ that we're working on is actually putting a support facility together, which will be a team of people that can work and sit down with you as investors, help you to map that journey for your portfolio companies, and then identify for you who the investors you need to be speaking with and putting you in the room. We won't transact the deal for you, but we'll make sure you understand who to get the allocation from, have those conversations, but we're also doing that with the VCs and the later stage funders as well as angels. Final slide, please. And so what we've done is we've created the playbook. We know you guys love your ChatGPT to summarize stuff now. So what we've done is we've actually created a ChatGPT brief sheet, which trains your GBT on how to actually read this, so you can make it very specific to your funding, to your stage. And if you go to the next slide, which we'll leave up for this 15-minute conversation. Final slide, please. You can download the playbook here, and tomorrow over lunch, because we've not had time, I will sit down at the lunch period if you want to come and chat to me to go through this in more detail. But again, I will share a recording of the full presentation so you can go through it. But please do come speak to me over the next 24 hours if you're keen to engage in that next stage, which is helping you with deal capacitation as well. So thank you very much. Short and sharp, I've none of the data, but hopefully it kind of makes you want to read it. But thank you, and can I invite my panelists up to join me on stage, please? Here we go. So, everyone's on table. Firstly, guys, thank you so much for joining. If I could ask you very, very quickly just to introduce yourself, your organization, and what your lens is on the climate investing sphere, and then we'll jump into a couple of questions to close out today's sessions.
Hi, everyone. Are you still with us? Hello. Again. My name is Iporini Kerber. My name is Iporini Kerber. I run a fund called She Equity. We invest at the intersection of gender and climate. We focus on early growth, SME ventures. So I want to challenge you around your playbook because it does not include SMEs.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Bamidele Shaun Awala. I'm the CEO and founder of Welcome to Africa International, where I oversee a group of companies. So Welcome to Africa Connect, where we do investment and trade promotion. Welcome to Africa Trade, where we export cocoa derivatives, and we also do trade facilitation. We've recently launched Welcome to Africa Capital, where we're doing research, advisory, capital raising, and we're in the process of getting a license for lending. And then, of course, we have our Impact Foundation, where we do a lot of capacity building and the likes. So I guess my interest in all of this is the facilitator. We're kind of known as being a facilitator, and we've worked with a number of climate financiers through some of the work that we do.
Hi, my name is Tokumbo Ige, and I'm the president of Togo Business Angels Network. Depending on where I am, I have different hats. So I think the only thing that's relevant here today is the Togo Business Angels Network. So I'll keep it at that.
Thank you, organizers. My name is Mayowa Olugbile. I'm the CEO at Etana. We see ourselves as the gateway to doing business in Africa, and that means different things to different people. We typically serve, from a business standpoint, businesses that are interested in doing business in the digital space. So think of all areas of technology, from enterprise software as a service to hardware to climate tech. We see ourselves as a home for them to do business and access, first of all, enter the market without friction. Second of all, access the services they need. We essentially want to close the gap between your ideas and accessing the market that you're here to work with. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining, guys. So we've got time for a few questions, and we already had our moderator who couldn't join us last minute, so we kind of wanted to adapt a little bit. Oluchukwu, we talked beforehand. We had the question about policy and regulation, but you really had a good point about what is the role of angels within the climate sphere. Obviously, we've been talking about it that a lot of these businesses are capital intensive, asset heavy, not traditional to other tech pillars, and also defining climate as a sector when actually it's a cluster of different subsectors across sectors. Did you want to start with some just kind of opening thoughts on what is that definition? Because I guess the point I'd love to hear from the angels here the next day or so is inspiration of how they want to get involved in this funding continuum and supporting the playbook.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess what's on my mind, some of it has been said in the last panel, and that's who's talking to who, where. This morning we heard a lot about not being in the room. I think in the climate tech space, it's even more complicated. Because when I think of the lady that's making charcoal from waste, and myself who's transforming pure water sachet into bags and whatever. I don't know whether if I wasn't a business angel, I would understand what's going on here. So there's that, something is missing in the discussion. And we as business angels who are not just about giving money, but who are putting out our knowledge and supporting, and I'm not going to use the word startups, but I'm going to say tech-enabled SMEs, should be doing more in terms of creating awareness and bringing the ordinary climate change actors into the room in order for us to have a purpose-driven conversation. Because I think we're talking at different levels and at different purposes. And for me, again, like the last panel, it's not just about policy, it's about implementation, but I think it's also about us not talking to ourselves and thinking that everybody understands what we are saying. And therefore, you know, we come here and talk about a playbook when, as my dear sister just said, she's upset because she didn't hear the word SMEs. And who are the climate actors? I'm sorry, it's not the tech boys and girls. It's the woman who's collecting the waste and who's transforming it into something that might need our help or needs your help. And we need to facilitate that discussion. So that's my take on that.
Yeah, fantastic. And actually that SME piece came up in Johannesburg as well at last month. So it's echoing out that the adaptation the playbook needs to be. But to that point, right, it's about getting the key stakeholders across that entire value chain together in the room, and the Investor Directory is definitely trying to hopefully do that as well. Pauline, I didn't get to share the slides earlier, but one of the pieces that came up in the research was around the gap on the gender side of financing in climate. Don't quote me on the numbers, but you can watch back the presentation, but it was kind of floating at the 0.4 to 1% was going into these women founders across some of the areas we looked in, and that although there was about 15% of deals being done in climate were going to women, the actual volume of capital was around that 1% mark and was not growing with the volume of deals being done. So there's a lot more deals being done, but not more capital going in. What's your perspective on here? How do we change that? How do we get more of a level parity of the growth of deals as well as the capital, not just staying stagnant?
Yeah, thank you for that. Maybe let me start by highlighting the fact that right now we have a 42 billion gender funding gap in Africa. That's across all the sector. So at She Equity, the reason we decided to invest at the intersection of gender and climate, it's very simple because we actually see how climate financing could be a tool to close the gap. So right now, I don't know how many people in the room know, but by 2030, there will be $50 billion on the table for climate financing linked to carbon markets. So when you actually look at the key player in the climate-related solutions, are SME venture on the continent, owned and led by women. But to access this $50 billion that is available globally, you actually need to have the technical know-how around accessing carbon markets. And I think the team before us really did a good job in highlighting some of the gaps. So simply to access this, you need to be connecting philanthropic money with equity and with debt. And one of the things that we discussed earlier this morning was around how do we convince people who usually invest in buying land, building real estate, to invest in the startup. Actually, what these people know is SMEs, because most of those actually super rich on the continent, they have built SMEs. So if you go and talk to them saying, hey, there's this company that's transforming agriculture by doing regenerative agriculture, that's very simple, they understand it. When you show them how those companies are transforming food into snacks that you can buy on any hotel, any airline, they understand it. And again, those are businesses that are scalable. Technology becomes just a tool to enable the scale. So for us, what we're doing is really connecting this different type of capital, like getting philanthropic funding to support those companies to go through the de-risking, but also accessing carbon credit markets. And then coming in with equity, because equity allows you to actually support the strategy, the growth mindset, and eventually complement with the debt where actually you're able to bring in other investors to co-invest with you. So that's how we believe we can actually close the gap, is by finding a way to actually tap into the money being left on the table in the climate financing, which right now, most of the money in climate financing goes to projects. And I'm sorry to say most of those projects are not run by Africans. So if we want this money to go out to Africans, we need to look at the businesses and enable them to actually access the money because it's there.
Round of applause there. And I think one of the things we saw there is when you talked about the blended finance models, and we saw this in some of the research, right? This generally saying blended finance, but actually seeing 3 or 4 kind of themes or archetypes of blended finance models that seem to work quite well. So you can kind of see some of those examples in the playbook. One of the things I noticed, particularly over the last 6 months, and I spent a lot of time in London and other international markets outside the continent, is climate, tech, climate funding. The Africa piece is a strong narrative in international markets where it's not necessarily being focused. I was thinking then, so Bamidele, trade and investment facilitation makes climate ventures scale and grow, and we're seeing a lot of capital coming from international donors and other investors coming in, particularly in the agriculture and kind of value chain space. What can we do as a kind of collectively in the angel space to make this space more attractive for these international investors to come into the market? And what is it you think from what you're seeing that are going to be the ultimate 1 or 2 key things that are going to shift the needle?
Okay, fantastic. So just like my colleague said, the money is out there. So one of the things that we've seen is that different funders have different interests. So if you're not speaking to their interest in the first place or understanding their interests, of course there's going to be, the mismatch. There's going to be a lot of mismatch. And unfortunately, I've done a lot of mismatching. But then over time, you'll get to understand what these investors and financiers are looking for, and of course begin to source deals accordingly. Another thing is also raising awareness as well when we talk about climate financing. And, when we talk about raising awareness, just even understanding what it means to have a climate smart opportunity. So for example, in the agricultural sector, there's a lot of agricultural waste that can be used to create energy, and not a lot of people know that. And in fact, you can even make quite a bit of money from that. So in our case, we also have a sister company that does cocoa nibs, but in the process of extracting the cocoa nibs, you get cocoa shells, and of course that can be used for energy. So I didn't know that, somebody told me. There's a lot of people that don't know that, but if that awareness is there, then of course we can have more climate ventures. Another thing is also building attractive pipelines, and this is where development partners come into play. I can see we have some members of UNDP here who we actually also work with. We're one of they're one of our clients, so to speak. And what they've allowed us to do is build a pipeline of deals. So building those pipeline of deals in the first place and packaging them in a way that is more attractive to climate financiers is also something that can be done. And then, of course, there's other partners as well, like banks that you can source deals from, that then make it more attractive, because if it's coming from a credible source like a bank, of course, it makes it more attractive. Lastly, I would like to say that Africa, particularly Nigeria, I would like to say we're embarking on what could be an industrialization era. And that could be very, very massive for the world. But then as we embark on that industrialization era, beginning to see how we can do it in a climate-friendly way. And that could be a huge opportunity, particularly for those that provide alternative forms of energy. So I think the opportunity is there, making it more attractive. It's already attractive if you're speaking to the right people. And then, of course, just pushing that agenda.
Fantastic. And the point you made there about in Nigeria, we're seeing this kind of industrial shift and change, and we'll see that across the continent, and that will obviously have its effects, but opportunities on climate. Etana, right, you guys you're building, the home for African businesses and bringing a lot of those back home from internationally. What are you seeing from the work you're doing, whether it be trends and themes here in Nigeria or around kind of policy shifts and enablement for climate business and ventures? What are the observations with what you guys are doing at Etana?
So thanks for that, Anthony. Let me leverage off what she said about the capital, because a bunch of, quite a significant portion of this conversation really starts from whether there's funding, to essentially promote these ventures. Let me start by saying that the capital follows the talent, and that's really where we come in when it comes to this conversation about climate finance. To put it plainly, there's many things that we don't know how to do because our curriculum doesn't support it. If you were thinking, I want to fund AI, you're probably going to be looking at the US, you're going to be looking at China, because the curriculums in those jurisdictions actually support proliferation of the skills. If we are completely honest with ourselves, there's a bunch of things we really just don't know how to do. And so here I pull in some learnings from the playbook, which is to say, look, here's how to have the conversation. First, build. Second, commercialize. Third, scale. And any other thing that comes after that. Now, each of these elements has to be interrogated on its own, from saying, look, do we know how to build? What needs to be provided so that people actually learn how to build? When that's solved, you're now providing the support that's needed and any other platforms that's needed to help people actually build what they want to build. We come in there. If you move to commercialize, first of all, we need to learn some of the things that have been said today about, number one, where the money is. The playbook offers some insight into that by listing out, giving people direction on where to find the money, who to talk to, how do we go about this. So essentially, providing that infrastructure, the knowledge, the assistance to allow people or these founders or people who want to participate in the sector, learn how to commercialize their business, and obviously supporting them to scale. That's really where, we come in. And so the work that we do day to day is to find a way to ensure that the platform allows people from the entry point of coming into the market, registering your entity compliantly, to commercializing your business and to scaling it.
Fantastic. They're about to play the kind of Oscar cue music to get us off stage because we had a short one. But I just want to kind of recap there what high-level things I'd heard there. Well, the first thing is really in this climate space, because of the diverse nature of the different archetypes of businesses, different capital needs, we need to do more talking to each other. So who is who? And moreover, startups, yes, but SMEs as much, and that needs to be front and center. We've got this kind of global multi-billion pound or dollar gender gap that more broadly needs to be considered, but within the spectrum of climate financing, blended finance approach can actually overcome that more when you mix financial equity and debt in the right ways that leans towards women-founded businesses. Climate is not a sector, it's themes and subclusters across sectors. So we need to recognize that and make sure it's being aligned with the investor interests and expectations, which are going to be more nuanced, so they can actually fund these deals. And that means we need a very clear, defined pipeline across that. And then finally, in building these out, to make sure we get the capital in place, the infrastructure, we need to get the deals there that can be then commercialized and scaled, and kind of make sure the support is all encompassing around that. I wish we'd had more time to dig into this. I now have 1 minute, so I'm going to take 1 more minute. With relation to each one of you individually, if there's any climate-focused or interested angels out there, how should they engage with you? So 30 seconds, what's the best way to engage with you? We'll start with you here on the right, please.
Talk to me. You can talk to me. You can find out information on my the website. But before, I know we have 1 minute, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that we need to realize as a continent, we cannot really go far if we don't build resilience on the continent, if we don't code the gender funding gap, because the future depends on this. So that should be the fundamental. If you want to talk to me, that's where I want to discuss with you, because this is how we move the continent, by building inclusion society and the resilience on the continent.
All right, thank you. So if you're trying to get in contact with our organization, it's www.welcometoafricaint.com, and of course, you can reach out to the contact there. Just to kind of build on that pitch, and one of the things that I would perhaps say to climate financiers is that we are building a pipeline of deals. Like I mentioned, we do actually have, I can see my UNDP people here, we do actually have a relationship with UNDP where we've been able to build a pipeline of women and SME-led deals. Some of them are very, very climate friendly. In addition to that, we're also working with AGRA as well. So there's certain key value chains that AGRA has allocated to us, and we've got a pipeline of deals there too. And lastly, in collaboration with both UNDP and AGRA, we're looking to see how we can professionalize our investors network and then develop a blended finance vehicle that allows us to sustainably and commercially invest in profitable but climate and sustainable deals. So there's quite a lot that can be done across the different entities that I oversee.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, I'm not a funder when it comes to this particular aspect, but I think that what we could do is that definitely in ABAN, we're going to be looking more closely to how to make the playbook useful for actors on the field. And I have a commitment to the part of the world, the continent in which I work, because definitely we need to break this down and ensure that the right people are in the room talking at their level, at the level that each one can understand in order for us to be able to implement anything on this continent. Thank you.
Well, thank you again to the organizers. Etana.Africa, if you're building in climate, we want to support you. We know that you need to build. We know you need to commercialize your venture, and we know that you need to scale. We think everybody's interested in building a big business out of Africa because the opportunity is there, so why not? So we will ensure that from the starting point of, setting up your entity, getting compliant, and most importantly for people in the early stages, accessing funding, through accelerator programs and funds that are domiciled within our zone. We provide the right environment for you. So, talk to us, Etana.Africa. We have some colleagues around, or talk to me.
Amazing. Thank you very much. And just one more thing, the ABAN have got their own Climate Smart Agriculture Angel Network, which is accepting applications for its current cohort and syndication. So that's also out there that you should definitely get involved in. And of course, the playbook's free to download, but come and speak to me if you're interested in getting that ongoing support in building that funding continuum out for your portfolio deals. But thank you again to my panelists. Thank you to ABAN, and thank you everyone today.
And thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you very much to your panelists. Just grab a photo with our CEO and president as we shift gears into the last block of a fantastic and extraordinary first day here at the ABAN 2025 Congress. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May I kindly ask my team to help us to reduce the conversations happening right outside? Kenneth, can you help us to keep the voices down, please? Or join us, better still. Who broke it? It's okay. It's all right. 30 seconds for us to migrate back in. I know that people went outside to stretch. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring the conversation to a highlight. And this highlight includes a fireside chat with an extraordinary personality, a true daughter of the soil, and an individual who is absolutely unapologetic about what it is that Africa is. The Africa we want, she has said, is the Africa the world needs. In fact, if they don't know they need it, from now on, they will know and understand it. Ladies and gentlemen, this fireside chat, of course, very aptly labeled Learning from Adua, will be moderated by my good friend Babacar Seck, founder and managing partner at Askia Investment Partnerships. It gives me great pleasure to bring Babacar on stage and his guests, ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding ABAN round of applause. Please bring on stage Miss Ahuna Ezeakonwa, Her Excellency, the United Nations Assistant Secretary General and the United Nations Development Program Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa.
Hello, everyone. Great. So I'm extremely excited for the discussion that is coming. It is not every day that you get the opportunity to exchange with someone who for a long time has been transforming the continent and is leading initiatives that are really transformative. So thank you very much, Madame Ezeakonwa, your Regional Director for Africa for the United Nations Development Program, overseeing a budget of over $1.2 billion. I have gone through some of the initiatives that you have led. The list is very long, so I will mention just a couple here. The Timbuktu Initiative, which is a program that is looking to transform the innovation economy in Africa. You're a very engaged advocate for youth and women, and you will share more with us about that. But to start, I think something has been mentioned just before, is that you're proposing a certain vision for Africa, for the development of Africa. Could you please share more with us? What is your vision for Africa, and how does that inform the strategic priorities on which you work at the UNDP?
Is this on? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Babakar. Good. Is it afternoon now or evening already? I've just got off the plane, so forgive me. It's really great to be here. Thank you, Fadila, for inviting me. It's the first time I'm among angels, so I'm assuming it's going to rub off on me. But Babakar, you know, it takes seeing and living this continent to fall in love with it. And I think, you know, growing up here in Nigeria and going to school here, and we all had to draw the African map, you know, at some point and fill in those spots. And I've always wondered why the Africa map is shaped like a question mark. Did you ever notice it? I think there's this concept that is very foreign for those who carved out this continent and put it there as a question mark on some spot on the global map. And I've always felt that though Africa is shaped like a question mark, Africa actually has the answer that the world is looking for. Because after all, life started on this continent. Without Africa, there will be no world. And I feel in terms of vision, what we see is a prosperous, peaceful, but more importantly, integrated Africa. The question mark has to do with the sort of decapitation of the continent, the fragmentation of the continent, and a unified Africa brings an answer to a world that desperately needs it. So my vision is really of an Africa that is peaceful, prosperous, integrated, and becomes a united force on the global stage.
That is a very interesting way to look at it. I had never thought about the question, but what you say about Africa being the answer, I want to dig a little more into that, because it is true that there's a number of things that we have in Africa that have inspired the world. In which ways do you think that today and going forward, Africa can inspire different areas of the global development?
I think just in terms of Africa's rich heritage, which I hope that we don't depart from. I mean, just walking into this building, and thank you for choosing this space, I didn't know it existed, and seeing the depth of culture, of authenticity, of dignity, the footprint that Africa's ancestors have left, but also the experience. And what as you walk through the corridors, what you see is life that existed, that was sophisticated, and really layered with knowledge that's probably been, you know, the designs to sort of wipe all of this away and assume that this continent is just created out of nothing. So I really think that this concept of Africa being so rich in experience, in its humanity, you know, because that's the other thing that is really walking away from the world today. Now, I live in New York, and I'm there at the Global Center at the United Nations, and of course, we receive nations day in, day out, and when you listen to what's happening in our world today, where the concept of solidarity, which actually is an African concept when you think about that notion of Ubuntu, I am because you are, is constantly being pushed. You know, there's a pushback on that concept of our common humanity and global solidarity. And you feel that this continent, if you look at what happened during COVID, when you had all the lockdown, you know, and it was, you know, every man for himself. This was the one place in the world that decided to embrace solidarity. Ethiopia gave its airline to the rest of the continent to continue flying in supplies in what it called solidarity flights. You saw our African financial institutions like Afreximbank really stand up and work with governments to make sure that Africa had the vaccines that it needed to survive at a time when no one else cared. But it didn't just stop there with Africa. It extended that to the Caribbean, that was also a region suffering from the exclusion, if you like. So, and if you look at, you know, I work in the development space and I've worked in the humanitarian space as well. When you look at the number of refugees that are hosted on this continent, if you take a country like Chad, for instance, that is actually in very dire situation in terms of its own development conditions, hosting, you know, millions of refugees from next door and beyond, and giving them hospitality in their own situation of lack. I worked in Uganda. Uganda was hosting over 1 million refugees from neighboring countries. And over the years, not just in one moment, and actually saying, we don't even want to put these refugees in camps. We recognize their dignity. We recognize the fact that they need to feel safe and they need to have a sense of belonging, even if they're in another country. And so we don't want camps here. We want to give them land so that they can cultivate the land and feel, you know, human, not just people who live on handouts. And country after country, you see this openness to humanity, to solidarity. It is missing in our world today. I mean, just look how many refugees have been kicked out of so many countries, in countries that can actually afford to have those refugees. So I think today, when you think about this continent and what it has to offer to the world, it's massive. And it's also timely because, as I said, there is a kind of a drought out there when it comes to humanity coming together, to work together, and to move forward together.
I want to pause just 2 seconds to reflect on what you have just said. With this being said, how do we balance this solidarity, community, humanity that we have in Africa and our culture, the changing global order, which is not going in that direction, like you underline, and the imperative for development and to create wealth, where the model for wealth creation that, you know, has been developed tends to go to the opposite of specifically this value in which we want to be rooted, especially as we're in this community of entrepreneurs and investors. What message do you want to share?
Yeah, you know, our world has become, we've watched it become increasingly unequal. And, you know, the world has never been as wealthy as it is today, but at the same time, we've never experienced the depth of inequality that we see today. That wealth is going to very few people when, the vast majority of people live with nothing. And in fact, the systems, the structures, the institutions seem to also have been structured and created in a way that they support this inequality. And they do so with impunity. One area that this, for me, is extremely disturbing, because we no longer have a rules-based world, that is fair in any way, in any sense of the word. So you take the area of illicit financial flows. And I was really shocked to find out how this has been legitimized by legal systems that are designed to support these kind of illicit and legalize them in a way. So you can't really find fault with it. You have lawyers who have specialized in helping the rich get away with murder. So it's possible for you to basically rip a country off by, not paying your taxes. You're a big corporate. You find lawyers and accountants that can justify your ability to steal from people. You find it in many of the industries today. This is, of course, unacceptable. We have systems that are just not designed to favor poor people. You look at even in terms of innovation. The classic innovations are not necessarily designed. They're not solving for the poor. And that's why this room here is important, where we have people who have committed their lives to investing in those that are actually solving for the poor, those who are solving for the ordinary person. You have a young woman in Kenya who says, I need to find a solution to those smallholder farmers who are losing their products, their crops to climate change on a daily basis, some of them committing suicide because they're just watching their life's work erased in front of them, and there is no climate insurance that supports them because the banking systems are not affordable for people like that. And she says, this is what I want to make my mission. I want to be able to design a financial mechanism that makes that climate insurance accessible, affordable for the smallholder farmers that she has in her country. And she's innovating around this. So who is investing in her? If we have investors like some of you in the room saying, we want to trust this young woman because if she succeeds, you will have people who would never have had a chance to access those kinds of support systems, suddenly able to access them en masse. So that's, for what we're talking about in this room today is going to shift the landscape quite significantly from what it is. And that's why UNDP cares about this innovation space that focuses on young people, because we think that young people today represent the cabinet of conscience. Many of them have lived through trauma. They've seen their mothers die while giving birth. They've seen their aunts working the ground. They're young, but their hands are, completely dried up because there's no machinery, there's no relief. They have experienced the pain of parents working so many hours for very limited returns. And they are waking up every day to these realities and saying, we want to change this situation. So it's organic, it's personal. And what I'm finding in a lot of our young people today is they are not innovating and building businesses so they can go buy private jets and fly to the moon. They really want to change the situations where they are coming from, their communities, and all the innovations, most of them, you see them, are really talking to this issue of how you solve for communities. So I think we're in for a treat. And it's all coming out of Africa.
I'm very excited by what you just said because, as you've all noticed, we have just moved from the vision to actually the solution. And you've highlighted very clearly an issue that we see in most African economies, is that when you look at African economies, whether it is the banking sector or any other kind of services that generally are expected to be available for the general population and businesses, it will be absent. You look at the banking sector, for the longest time, before and after independence, most businesses and people cannot access the financial sector.
Yeah.
They cannot access the means to be developed until M-Pesa, mobile money, fintech, now is making this available to most people. So effectively, the vision that you're highlighting, which I believe we all believe in today here, is that through innovation we can build solutions and therefore an economy that is inclusive and addresses the challenges of even the poorest people in our societies. And in that way, we can build inclusive communities. There's a number of projects, because this is not just talk, there are a number of projects that you have built that are actually catering to this. Could you tell us a bit more about those initiatives? I'm sure the public is keen to know.
Yeah, you know, Babaka, I'm really excited about a future in Africa where women take their seat at the table. Because this, I know I'm in Nigeria, you know, because this has been missing, and I don't just mean that women haven't been working. In fact, women work harder than men anywhere in the world. I can say that for sure. I don't know any woman in Africa who takes a vacation. But when I say women taking their seat at the table, if you look at governance on this continent, who is governing Africa? It's mostly men. In fact, who is governing the world? When you look at a sort of a picture, you know, imagine the picture of our world leaders today, global leaders. You can count maybe one or two women. And I'm sorry, they haven't done well in governing our world or countries in Africa. I think women need to be given a chance. And you can say, oh, but, you know, do you mean that women are better leaders than men? Let's find out. Because we would never know unless we actually tried. But it's not so much about saying women replace men. It's saying that we are a 50-50 world. And so when it comes to governing, you should imagine a 50-50 opportunity for the best to come out of each of those sexes. And so one initiative that I took on when I started this job at the UNDP was to provide an opportunity for young African women, because people like me in the UN system for over 25 years, I'm on my way out of the system, but I ask myself every day, who is replacing me? And who have I brought along in the next generation to be part of the global leaders of this organization? And unless you're intentional about it, it's not just going to happen, because let's face it, there aren't a lot of opportunities that are made available for girls, even though they are qualified. So intentionally, we created a program called the Africa Young Women Leaders Fellowship Program. It's in its 4th year now, where every year we create job opportunities, fellowship opportunities for young, deserving African graduates, females, to come serve for 1 year in the organization, posted in different parts of the world, so that they can get the exposure and get equipped for global leadership, not just leadership in their own countries, because we're a global organization. And I'm so proud to say that as of today, we have graduated nearly 100 of these young women. Wow. And more coming. And increasingly, I see them on the world stage, leading, growing their confidence. And it's not so much about money and position. It's about opportunity. It's about giving that space for young African women to gain the confidence that they need to occupy the space of leadership. Because we don't take that for granted. Culturally, young girls are made to feel that they are not up to it, or that they belong only in certain places. So I think that's been very important. The second initiative you already mentioned, which is, I'm obsessed with the youth of Africa and the possibility. And I actually am not a believer in saying we have to manage the youth, we have to control them, because otherwise they will be out in the streets. Please, let them be out in the streets, protesting. But let them use their energy constructively, not in a destructive way. And our youth have proved that they have talent, but the opportunity is not there. They have proved that they are allies in building sustainable futures, but the opportunity is not always there. And so Timbuktu comes on stream as the largest initiative in the world to create a big tent where different players come together who are of a common mind to power this revolution, really to spark the startup revolution that we've already seen really multiplying on the continent. It's not just going to happen without some support. And so our mission is to crowd in not only catalytic, but also commercial capital. As you say, capital seems to be going away from where it should really end up. And we want to force capital in the direction of these young minds that are creating. They're idea banks. Whether you find them in the universities, with very little, they are creating so much. Or you look at the creative industry, what has happened in this industry. There are creatives in the room today. This is the industry that is so unique in terms of putting Africa on an economic frontier that is cutting edge. Because this is the industry where Africa's authenticity is, established. You cannot steal someone's cultural heritage, someone's talent and creativity from them. The extractive industry is very difficult to replicate in the creative industry. You can't just extract that value. So bringing support to an industry like the creatives that help to establish how Africans see themselves and how they are positioning for the world to see them, that help to grow the confidence of the continent and change the narrative, as they say, that this isn't the dumping ground of foreign ideas that have no anchor, but this is a place that generates ideas and solutions that can also be received by the rest of the world. If you just think what Nollywood has done in Netflix, or what other industries, film, music, if you don't support sectors like that, we are going to continue to be seen as just a place that is a recipient of aid rather than a creator of solutions. The other aspect is technology, that we know that if we don't leverage the savviness of our young people on digitalization to help them become creators of technology, not just consumers of it, we would have another situation where Africa is just a mere consumer of what's being produced elsewhere, and therefore paying a lot more for those services. So our Timbuktu initiative is also creating spaces for African youth to innovate around creating technology and digital solutions that can also be exported to other parts of the world, but more importantly, that solve Africa's challenges.
Yes. No, thank you very much for sharing all this detail. I want to highlight something that, while it may be obvious that this is actually an investment program that you have presented,
this is UNDP leading an investment program, showing a quite transformational change in approach that prioritize liberating the enterprise, the entrepreneurial spirit, and technological edge that is in Africa. And I think that at the time at which we are today, what you have said is very important and should resonate with us. When we look at the technology sector, this is one of the sectors with the highest margins. The margins in the software sector are upwards of 80%. That means that what you pay for is 5 times the price of the cost. So when you're not making it, you're exporting all that value and all those jobs and all those tax revenues abroad. And this is the opportunity for the continent.
You're absolutely right. It's a huge opportunity. I always say to people, don't see Africa from this lens of problems. And I think as development practitioners over the years, Africa was a marketplace for development actors. You know, this is the place where you find a plethora. I mean, you're never short of problems. And it's somehow stuck. And this continent became sort of a poster child for humanitarian development aid, so to speak. And it masked the capacity, the vast talent and capacity of this continent. And I think that's what UNDP has tried to represent. It's not to condemn any region, not less Africa, to this notion of being a problem to be solved, but to start to see it as a place that is generating solutions, not only for its own challenges, but also for the world's challenges. And when you shift that lens, the energy shifts, and you start to invest in opportunity rather than, you know, we used to say, in UNDP, we used to have what, pillars of our work, and one of them was a poverty pillar, you know. This year in our strategic plan, for the first time, we changed poverty to prosperity. It's a very important shift, because the opposite is that you are managing poverty. And for the last 60 years, we can be managing poverty. In other words, it becomes our work, and the focus is on poverty. But the moment you shift to looking at prosperity, which is opportunities, investing in opportunities and investing in hope, then you are powering the creation of the kind of wealth, and I'm not talking here about wealth that grows in equality, but wealth that really is shared, prosperity that is shared. Then poverty becomes nothing, you know? It just dissolves, because your focus is on empowering communities to own their own destiny, you know, to cultivate their own, not on telling them that somebody else has to come and help them do this and that. So that really nurturing the capacity and changing the narrative around managing poverty to really promoting prosperity has been an important learning for us after 60 years in the business. And I have to say, it is so empowering, so inspiring, because it's bringing us into these spaces of partnerships that are actually very healthy. So where you are seeing the people themselves, the young people, the women, demonstrating every day that they're capable. And all they need is for us to remove the obstacles from their way. You know, sometimes they're not even asking for much, you know, basically take the obstacles out of our way. And that's why our Timbuktu initiative talks about policy. I heard you had a policy session here earlier. Regulations are really an important part of that, because sometimes we regulate innovation to death rather than, we strangle innovation with regulations rather than stimulus, you know, kind of regulations that stimulate innovation and creativity. So UNDP works closely with governments, as you know, and we use this proximity and presence to really change minds on that side, on the public sector side as well. We work also with regional institutions. Very important that institutions like the African Union, with a very big vision, 2063, understand that what might be seen as small granular things around the policy harmonization and environment are actually fundamental to achieving that vision 2063. So we're working at different levels here to say it takes all of us. It takes every person in this room. It takes investors. And we want to have Africa's money work for Africa's development, you know? This is a country where we're losing a lot of resources on a daily basis. Africa mobilizes or generates a lot of money, but does not mobilize it for its own development. And we need to question that. And part of it also is in the governance realm, how institutions are being designed to either support, nurture, or to kill potential. So that's, you know, for us really, really important as UNDP to see how we work with everyone, public sector, private sector, academia, the policymakers, the think tanks in the room, but more importantly, those in the industry, to understand that we need to bring conscience into business. And it's not just about CSR. You know, it really is how you put your business model at the disposal of creating transformation that changes lives and creates consumers for your business. It's totally a win-win. Because if we make everybody poor, then who is going to buy the product?
Exactly. And I'm being told that we have 2 minutes. I had so many more questions, but I wanted to follow up on this point that you said that's very important, is the change of the narrative. You're sitting in the middle, talking to governments, all the regional organizations, private sector. What we see, which you mentioned earlier, is capital flows coming out of Africa. So essentially investors voting with their feet. We see also our young people going out of Africa because in so many different places they lost hope. Yeah. How are you, what outcome do you expect? And how do we shift this narrative? Not just for international investors, but even for ourselves, so that effectively this African capital can go back these African opportunities and shape this narrative.
Trust. Trust is really important. I think one of the things that's happened to us as Africans, we stopped believing in ourselves because of the historical fissures and all the things that this continent has been through in history really did a number on the mindset. And, you know, you have a situation where people would trust more what comes from outside than what comes from within. You know, I had an experience this afternoon when I checked into my hotel and a fruit basket was brought in. I'm very observant about these things. I'm in Nigeria, tropical country, with the best tropical fruits that you can imagine. And I get a fruit basket of grapes and, you know, fading apples, you know, everything imported. And I had to send it back. And I said to the young lady, can you please bring me a basket with Nigerian fruits? And she looked at me. She looked at me like, are you for real? I said, yes, whatever is grown in this country is what I want to see in that basket. Now, I was in Japan a couple of months ago, and I was fascinated by the fact that everywhere I went, including my hotel room, everything was Japanese. You know, the sweets, the cakes, there was nothing foreign on the table. The pride that they had in displaying what was their own is something that we have lost on this continent. And it goes deep because what it also means is today, when we look at the investments into our startups, I think you may have the numbers better than me, but I was reading somewhere that 83% of the investment that will come into our startups are foreign, come from outside. Only 20-something% from within the continent. And then I'm asking myself, and Fadila, as I walked in, I saw that sign that says, Africa invest in Africa. I think that's no mean statement. unless we can have Africans who have the confidence, the trust in their own products, in their own people, and who have their skin in the game, we should not expect foreigners to bet on what we have to offer. And it's really, I mean, I feel so challenged by that. And this is what we're driving. We've created through our Timbuktu initiative what we call a Gazelle Fund. And the idea is to challenge Africa's billionaires to invest in creating companies that scale fast. Not livelihood entrepreneurs. That we have to continue to do en masse. But unless we can have companies, whether it's 1,000, and here I'm not even talking about unicorns, gazelle companies that are able to influence the capital market of the continent, we are not going anywhere. We will not be able to transform economies. And it's not going to come from outside. We really need to challenge not just the billionaires, the millionaires, and those who have just thousands, you know, which is why angel investors are important. Eben, as we start to close here, I really want to commend the effort that you've made since 2015 to create this culture of Africans having the confidence, ordinary Africans, not just those with lots and lots of money, having the confidence to invest in the talents that they see coming up in a way that is patient, because the other thing we see in this business are hawks, people who tell you 10x whatever x return, and they want to come to Africa for that, high returns. And then in the same vein, they talk about risks, you know, high risk region. But you know, people are making tons of money out of this continent. We need the patient investors in early stage risk capital. Because if Africans don't do it, we shouldn't expect others to do it.
I think everything is said. Let's applaud, please. And on this note, I want to also personally congratulate Eben for this amazing first day. I've met so many people I didn't know when I thought I knew already so many people. Thank you so much.
Well done to you, Babacar. Thank you so much for navigating that conversation so expertly, bringing us towards the end of the first ever ABAN Congress 2025, but not without these two very important elements. Ladies and gentlemen, fantastic. We have the CEO on stage, we have the president on stage. Babacar, you're a wonderful guy, but I'll ask you to step down from the stage now and leave the three ladies. Not that we don't love you, you know we love you. But only for this, only for this. Ladies, please stay on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we honor Her Excellency Ahunna Isiakonwa for her visionary leadership, transformative service, and unwavering dedication to Africa's sustainable future. Tonight we honor this woman who is a UNDP's Regional Director for Africa because she has championed inclusive growth across 46 nations and counting, redefining development through innovation, African solutions, and people-centered leadership. Tonight we honor this extraordinary daughter of the continent for being a true builder of institutions and advocate for youth and women, for embodying the spirit of purpose-driven transformation, for leading with courage, compassion, and conviction. Tonight, Your Excellency, ABAN proudly celebrates you. You are a trailblazer, a reformer, and an architect of impact. And you are the reason Africa is becoming more self-reliant and Africa is thriving. We honor you, we celebrate you, and we say, keep on keeping on. Your Excellency, Ms. Ahunna Isiakonwa, congratulations. Fadila, do you want to say a few words? You have to. 30 seconds. No, say it from here. 30 seconds.
once, thank you so much, Auna. Thank you for being here. It's a great honor. But I think this award is a reflection of your personality. You have a mix of Wenge, Wood, and Iroko to actually reflect your courage, your strength, and your ability to pull together people across the continent and the globe to build on projects, work on projects that will actually prosper Africa. Thank you so much.
We thank you. And we're using the spirit of this award to launch Catalytic Africa 2.0, a $10 million matching fund. And I would like to ask onto the stage for this last session, which is only 6 minutes long, Mr. Bukar Kiari, Chairman Sunu Assurances Nigeria, Joanne Manda, the global lead, Ms. Fadila Chumba, CEO of ABAN, Mr. Khalid Ismail, Chairman Him Angels, and Ms. Anna Sophia Elm, Representative Innovative Capital Mobilization in Africa. Please join me up on stage. One more time, we have joining us on stage Mr. Bukar Kiari, Joanne Manda, Fadila Chumba, Khalid Ismail, and Anna Sophia Elm. Please join us up on stage for a quick, short view that will help us to launch Catalytic Africa 2.0. I am the moderator. Well, in fact, we have just a few questions for you, and I'll ask those questions from here. The spotlight will be on you. If your microphones can be on, and I promise that this will take a nice, beautiful, wonderful 5 minutes. So with humility, I ask each of you to answer your questions in a minute, a real Nigerian minute. Let me start off with you, Mr. Bukar Kiari. You represent the kind of institutional investor Catalytic Africa seeks to attract, sir. Local capital with a long-term view. From your experience, what conditions would encourage more private institutions to commit matching funds to early-stage innovation?
Good evening. I wear so many hats. I'm chairman of Ventures Platform, VC. I also chair the West Africa Venture Philanthropy Alliance, which Dotun Suleiman is our continental chair, and quite a number of other things. Private equity, invest in startups, angel, in maybe fallen, probably, if I go with Idris. The most important component of catalytic capital is in bringing the ideas into commercialization, meaning that I can start something, and the catalytic is the risk capital. That's the bridge between an idea that is still flailing around, just like a tadpole, into something that is meaningful and changing or morphing into a beautiful butterfly to be. Now, the concept is that it can take a lot in terms of financial industry, but I think the first phase is what Dotun or somebody in the two panels ago mentioned, which is incentivizing those risk, or even angel investing for that matter, but those catalytic elements. Governments also must be at the forefront of catalytic investment. I am a member of the Presidential Tax Reform Committee, so blame me if your taxes are higher. But the component that I worked on, which I chair a subcommittee, was on fiscal competitiveness and economic development. Right. Now, that has not been mentioned. A classic case is Startup Chile, which actually most countries in the world copied, whether it is UAE or Malaysia or Indonesia all of those actually copied something that started out of South America, and that was quite successful. And it was the government that sets aside initially $5 million. Later on, they scaled it up to 10M. And then subsequently, these days, it's around 25 or so M. So essentially, government also has to be in the sandbox, being an aspect that would make the rest of us follow suit.
All right, thank you very much. We migrate to the global lead for Timbuktu, Joan Manda. Now, Joan, UNDP has been a consistent champion for inclusive, sustainable growth. How can development partners like UNDP help ensure that Catalytic Africa 2.0 not only mobilizes funding but also embeds equity, gender, and climate impact into its investment strategy?
Well, thank you very much. I want to start by saying, it was very fitting that you awarded the Impact Award to Her Excellency Ahuna, because, that's exactly the essence of what UNDP stands for. And for many years now, we've been designing and developing different metrics to measure impact in terms of the investments that we're making in development. And recently, we launched the SDG Impact Standard. And so for us, even through the Timbuktu initiative, we are designing financial instruments fit for purpose, but also to measure impact on the ground. Across Africa, the impact metrics that people use to define how a business is progressing and growing and what it is actually resulting it on the continent in terms of shaping the market is really critical to have a common language. And so the SDG impact standards and the IMM impact measurement and management frameworks that are woven through Timbuktu are actually designed to do that. We don't see impact as an afterthought. We see it as an intentional piece, and it needs to be woven through whether you're at an enterprise level, whether you're at a fund level, whether you're looking at it in hubs and in accelerators, and certainly as a conversation to be having with government. So for us, we are making sure that we are bringing to life the SDGs for the market and for industry.
Excellently said. I'm going to jump over our CEO and come to you, Ms. Anna Sophia Elm. Now, GIZ's ICMA initiative is pioneering new approaches to mobilize private investment through blended and catalytic finance. From your perspective, Anna Sophia, how can technical assistance and knowledge-sharing mechanisms complement Catalytic Africa 2.0 to unlock even greater private sector participation?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the panel, and I think it's such a crucial discussion for our ICAMA initiative, which means Innovative Capital Mobilization in Africa. It's fully GIZ funded and really aims at mobilizing more capital for startups, SMEs, and growth firms in Africa by designing and scaling investment vehicles that address key barriers in the market. And in times of fast shrinking ODA, I think we really need to build the bridges between ODA and private capital. And therefore, we first of all need strategic partnerships and catalytic structures to strategically blend public and private capital, de-risk the transactions, and also mobilize local capital to decrease African dependence on international funding and increase the African resilience. And secondly, we also need to strengthen the ecosystem we invest in. So that starts, and this is particularly technical assistance. So it starts with pipeline building, market development, but also strengthening regulatory frameworks. And as you said, also for Catalytic Africa 2.0, there are so many roles that technical assistance can actually play. So let me just focus on a few. So first of all, I think mentorships between less experienced angels and more experienced angels on questions business-related, financial-related, but also sector-specific. Because as we heard this morning, there are so few angels actually in Africa active yet, and to mobilize them, also share about Catalytic Africa 2.0 as a de-risking mechanism is one part. The second one, I think, is also to well, basically address the issue of exits, to have more matchmaking between venture capital funds and the angels, to see how they can exit through like venture capital funds coming in. The capital can be recycled, can be reinvested, and it also, of course, helps venture capital funds to build a strong pipeline.
Yeah.
And lastly, I mean, the regulatory sides, of course, and we need to implement, strengthen regulations for cross-border transactions as well, for example, to incorporate the diaspora. Just one last sentence on the knowledge sharing. We heard this morning we need more transparency and the success stories, and I'm so, I 100% agree with that. We need to know how the exits work, how much return can actually an angel also expect, and this is then mobilizing more private capital.
Thank you very much. And now to you, Mr. Ismail. Now, of course, by now, we all know that you've built one of the most active angel networks in North Africa. What practical insights can you share about building investor confidence through matching funds? And how can cross-regional syndication strengthen the Catalytic Africa platform?
Hello? I think the best way to look at it is angels, why angels invest. I think they invest because they want to put their money into something that can grow, can big returns, can get them involved, and can contribute to their society. As an angel, these are my mandates. Now, what attracts me to invest is good deal flow. Is a good company, innovative, differentiated. It's not government support. It's not de-risking. I hate the word de-risking. I'm very sorry to all my friends here. Venture capital is about risk-taking. Don't de-risk venture capital, otherwise you are talking about something else. You're changing the whole picture when you say de-risk. It is a risk business, and that's why you get 50x sometimes, you know. You don't get 50x without risk. So let's not fool angels and say it's low risk. It is very high risk. You're prone to lose 90% of your money, but make 10% multiplied by 50, you still make a good money out of it. Government support is only, for me, regulatory approvals, permissions. I hate to see governments put a penny into startups because governments know nothing about it. They are very bureaucratic. It's taxpayers' money. It should not go into a risky business. So are banks. But Catalytic program and many other co-funding programs are highly needed. Why? Because at the very early stage, as an angel, I have a limited budget. If I find a great company that needs $200,000, $400,000, I can only put 100 or 120. A program like Catalytic Africa or other programs can come along, tag along. They trust Khalid. Khalid is a good investor. He has done his homework, his due diligence, everything proper. He's putting his own money. Let's tag along and put similar amounts or an additional amount to make this company grow. Because sometimes the amount I put is not enough. And nobody else wants to put, and hence we condemn the startup to lose. So I see big need just to co-invest along investors who are trusted by whoever. If it's Catalytic Africa, you have to have a list of trusted investors or angel networks and so on, and you give them the right to tag along. I think that's the easiest and best way. We as angels should take the risk, we should do our homework well, and we should understand this industry much better as a venture capital and do the right thing to prove at the end of the day that we are successful by bragging about how many exits we have created, by how much money we have made. In 15 years, there have been tens and tens of funds in this continent. All of them are post their investment period. None of them has reported an IRR till today. None of them. I don't know. Have they been successful? Have they made money to their LPs? Have they made money to their own? You know, nobody knows. We need these things to be documented, told, and stories and so on. Even if the numbers are still not great, We have to work hard to make them better and better. With the help of ABAN and other institutions, GIZ was very instrumental in the continent, UNDP, all of these organizations are highly needed, but not to invest. Everyone has his own role.
Not to invest. Ladies and gentlemen, the very last question. Yes, you may applaud, please. The last question comes to the CEO of ABAN and fund manager for Catalytic Africa, and I've kept the last for you, Fadila, so that not only can you answer your question, but you can also throw a call to action to your audience here in person and online. Fadila, your question is simple. As the driving force behind Catalytic Africa, what has been your key lessons from the first phase, and how will Catalytic Africa 2.0 redefine how angel networks and venture capitals collaborate to scale African startups? And what is your call to action?
Thank you so much, Anita. One thing I've learned, money follows money.
Money follows money.
Always. And we always have to tag along. And we have to co-invest together. Exactly what Caleb just mentioned earlier on. And we have to rely on investors, local investors with local expertise, local intelligence, local context. Because these are the best people to actually select and support the right company operating locally. And Catalytic Africa, through that journey from the first one, we were able to refine the model and actually understand that there are truly investors across the continent that are willing to put their capital at risk, as long as they know that they have a backup like Catalytic Africa, not only to do the due diligence, but also to provide the legal compliance, security, and framework that will secure their own investment. So these were the lessons, and they were good lessons. And as we embark into this journey of Catalytic Africa 2.0, our biggest target, or let's say our big target, is to be able to achieve $50 million within the next 3 years. And we think it's possible. And we're going to start with $10 million. And I would like to use this opportunity to actually thank the UNDP for coming on board as a strategic partner. Through the Timbuktu initiative, with the, I would say, the vast pool of innovation hubs through different sectors and vertical that they have created across the continent, we are now sure that we will be able to rely on the pipeline of companies that they are building. And of course, with the GIZ program, and we're also happy that we're currently discussing on some strategic kind of partnership. But so far, we know that with Catalytic Africa, we have had I would say, some commitment. And before the end of this year, we will be opening Catalytic Africa 2.0. So please tag along. We will be expecting your investment.
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, allow me to say that Catalytic Africa 2.0 is now officially launched. Remember, $50 million, starting with a cool and easy $10 million matching fund. Please allow me to thank Ms. Anna Sophia Elm, representative of ICAMA Initiative. Thank you very much to Mr. Khalid Ismail, Chairman, Him Angels. A big thank you to you. I'm jumping right straight to you, Madam Juan, and of course for being the global lead for Timbuktu. We appreciate that. A big thank you to you as well, Mr. Bukar Kiari, Chairman, Sunu Assurance Nigeria PLC. Last but not the least, a round of applause to our dear sister, CEO of ABAN, Ms. Fadila Chumba, for being the fund manager for Catalytic Africa and now launching Catalytic Africa 2.0. Ladies and gentlemen, are you still alive? No, you have to give me a response because you are not dead. Are you still alive? Well, we've got dinner happening at 7:30, so those of you who are not alive, do not join us. Ladies and gentlemen, until tomorrow at 9 a.m., have a wonderful evening. Let's go out to dinner. Let's continue to have those conversations. Day one of ABAN Congress 2025 has come to a successful close. God bless you, God bless Africa, and let's all do this together, one person at a time. Good night.